confuse them.
Peace, everybody. Can you hear your boy? We're going to be getting this thing cranked up in 10 minutes, family. Salute to everybody that's checking in with us right now. I hope you can hear me loud and clear, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a good broadcast today. It will be a phenomenal broadcast today. We are just checking the systems here. Make sure you let your boy know you can hear him loud and clear, ladies and gentlemen. Am I coming through loud and clear? Checking the system. Salute to everybody that's checked in. We are live in 10. Salute to everybody that's checked in right now. Let's get this thing going in 10. Salute to the family that's coming through.
Yeah. It's enlightening. Harlem World. I'm the legend from the hut. Hey, ma. How you? I am that dude. You are so cute. Oh, it's lit. We knew. Talk to me. Hey, ma. How you? I am that dude. You are so cute. Oh, it's lit. We knew. Talk to me. Pulled up to the club. I'm talking at La Marina. My cousin Chucky Black is wavy. He in the Beamer. Mommy looking good. She see me. She with the peoples. And this is how entertainment. We moving like we the Beatles. I'm from Harlem. My ego is very lethal. This lady looked amazed. I'm talking to her people. Speaking all the system like a pimp to a Mac. I'm too successful to lie. I'm speaking nothing but facts. Your booty is fat, but tell me, did you guzzle? Can't f with stupid if your grind is on the struggle. Yeah, I know you love a fly that takes a stand. And I don't grustle for life, it's word to Instagram. I'm in the tropics, beaches of Martinique. I really get to a bag, I practice on what I preach. Life is really a beach, I'ma have it my way. I own the sand and the beach, cause I'm really that way. Hey ma, how you? I am that dude. You are so cute. Oh, it's lit. We knew. Talk to me. Hey ma, how you? I am that dude. You are so cute. Oh, it's lit. We knew. Talk to me.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a good conversation today. LBJ'S blessing for the scared Negroes. Yeah, we definitely going to have that kind of conversation. The brothers are checking in today. We're going to come with a lot of receipts today, man. This one was a highly requested one by the brothers. So we're looking to educate and, of course, motivate at the same time, ladies and gentlemen. So we are live in 7 minutes, man. Salute to everybody that's checked in with us right now. Yes, indeed. Salute.
Scared to death Negroes.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be live in 2 minutes, 30 seconds, letting the notifications going out. We see everybody coming in here. Salute to everybody that's checking with us. We will open up the kitchen at some point to hear from y'all today. The brothers are going to cook, but we need to hear y'all cook today. I definitely want to hear some of y'all cook today. So we're going to open up the kitchen at some point. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. And we get this thing started, family. Salute to everybody that's checked out.
Deion D. Jenkins for president. We don't need to study reparations. I have a reparation package that has 30 revelations. It's called DMLG, Defense Money Land Grants with steady calculations. Let's break it down. Hope you got some crack the industry type patient, cause I'm about to break it down with an immaculate type cadence. You were lied to. That paper dollar that could buy you won't stand by you. They say money can't buy virtue, but it sure buys value until you.
Let's get to this thing, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute, 30 seconds. We are live.
President.
1 minute, 30 seconds. We are live, ladies and gentlemen.
Scared to death, Negro.
Who needs to go platinum when you got an NFT? The industry is
my enemy.
And I can tell by the value. We'll be worth $1 billion in 33. Mona Lisa even said fuck the masses. Even raccoons follow anything that lead to trashes. Backyard brawls got you scared, so nigga pack your bras. You try not to slam the back door, pause. Ever since I was a little kid, I knew my calling. It was troublesome. I used to walk to school and walking through the streets of the shadow of death. I didn't have any fear, even though niggas would shoot you through your cashmere. I stood up for my principles and got suspended for fighting by principles and living right like I'm supposed to. Never follow stupid niggas. I was too busy escaping the system I was told to prove to. There is a sacrifice that everybody pay. Whoever got anointed, it be loneliness sometimes. Yeah. The industry is over. The industry is over. The underground is king now. The industry is over. There's a new MC out here that sizzle like a soda. The industry became real flat like imitation cola. He got that buffalo attack, but he ain't from Dakota. He put that bully on his back, his chips is on his shoulder. He's like a Timberwolf, but nigga not from Minnesota. You spend $1 million to bluff him like you doing poker. Long live the king. Long live the king. Reparations on the ballot, let freedom ring. Long live the king. Long live the king. Reparations on the ballot, let freedom ring. Long live the king. Long live the king. Reparations on the ballot, let freedom ring. Long live the king.
Scared to death, Negroes are my enemy.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to have a conversation today, family. This has got to be one of those ones for everybody to get into this. Let's really track down the particular mindset that apparently continues to imprison us, family. The brother said, we got to discuss it, Chef. We got to discuss it. Our First Amendment rights and Second Amendment rights are under mass attack, particularly by this Democratic Party. And I think our people don't really get it, y'all. They don't really get it, Chef. So let's break it. We're going to have to break this shit down. So, family, let's keep it locked and let's get into this damn thing. That's what we're here for. Keep it locked and let's get into this damn thing like we do.
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
He was the chef up north.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Family. Yes, indeed. Salute to everybody that's checked in with us right now. Family, can you hear your boy? We are loud and we are live right now. We are having a conversation. LBJ's blessing to many folks. Because now you can do everything you quote unquote want to. Right? Now you got your first this and now you got your first that. Blessing or curse. We're going to unpack this thing, family. Also, we're going to do a brief touch on our brother Marcellus Williams. Got to put some respect on that young man, although the way they did that, brother, was as usual diabolical tactics, and we need to address it. We need to have a conversation. So I want to salute everybody that's checked in with us right now. If you're in the building, sound off in the community kitchen chat. The brothers are in here early, and they're really going to be leading the charge on this thing. I'm going to just throw them alley-oops all day, but they're the experts when it comes to this thing as far as I'm concerned. So keep it locked with your boy. I am your host, Chef C. This is on the next podcast. And we tapped in with the Angry Black Man's Book Club for Pat Talk as well. This is going to be number 39, y'all. So keep it locked with your boy. And we'll be right back after these commercials. Salute to everybody that's checked in with us. We'll be right back.
I've been all over the world. I've noticed this about Black Americans, and I'll stop here. We have more people trying to turn us around than I've seen from any other group anywhere in the world relative to what our situation is. That you've got teachers, you got people that will just do stuff. If they find out you're legit, just help you because they want to see Black folks make it. We do have this. This is lacking in other places, I can assure you. But you know what? Our desire to save people cannot be greater than people's desire to be saved and to help. So the people that do not want it, let them go. Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead. I sure get it nowadays.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. Salute to everybody that's checked in with us right now. The conversation that needs to be had. What is that? That's you, Brother Vader. I'm going to put that on mute real quick. Okay. Salute to everybody that's checked in, family. Salute to everybody that's checked in. Conversations that got to happen sometime. It ain't going to always be pretty. But this is the one that we need to have to get everybody going and pay attention to what's really happening. First Amendment, Second Amendment. Will it be intact after your president or potential president to be has said she's going to knock all of that shit up out the way? Right? And you know, it's not looking good for people that they've determined should be a bottom class. But before I get too far, let me go on to my advertisements real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Real quick, if you need to get your drippity drip, yes, indeed. If you got to get the drippity drip, ladies and gentlemen, go to FromTheSoil.tv to put on section. Get your Black American Heritage flag. Limited editions, right? Your limited editions, ladies and gentlemen. Get that. You're going to be sliding. You're going to be doing what you got to do the fly way for the holiday. You understand? Thanksgiving is around the corner. So I also need to say, get your Black American Heritage flag apron. Stop acting like you know how to get them grits popping, that macaroni cheese, them collard greens. I heard some of you niggas is going to be cooked, over there boiling and washing your greens in the bathtub. I need you not to do this. Go ahead and get your Black American Heritage flag apron, ladies and gentlemen. From the Socioeconomic.tv to put on section, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you stop over there and grab that. And of course, if you didn't know, now you know. This program is brought to you by Bloodline Films, From the Soil, our Black American docuseries where we travel all around the country, highlighting and elevating the Black American grassroots advocates, culture, and cuisine in pursuit of reparative justice, ladies and gentlemen. And you, listen, goddammit, your meal is always served up out of the community kitchen. Let's not be confused about that, ladies and gentlemen. All right? And also, I want to let everybody know, family, right around the corner, we have the Wazi Summit coming up. Our sisters going to be standing on Black American time, supporting the brothers, standing on manhood. And, some of these sisters are going to actually bring some very valuable game and information that'll help and assist in what Black Americans are trying to do around the country. So keep it locked for that. December the 14th, 2024, y'all. So we got time, but go over to patriarchsummit.com to check it on out, family, and be up to date as we continue to develop this program as well, ladies and gentlemen. Now, with that being said, let me go to the kitchen, the community kitchen chat, see what family is in here. Ladies and gentlemen, my sister Cutie the Scales. Sis, you already know. Salute to Sister Quiet Scales. Okay, who else is in here? Let me see who the hell else is in this motherfucker. Let me see. Oh, ABM, my guy. A to the BM. Salute, my guy. Salute to ABM, my brother ABM in the building. Let me see who else is in here. We got, I know we got the brothers on the stage. Listen, let me say it just because I need to say it, period, because folks don't understand this type of shit. Black American Service and Supply is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Salute to our Black American Service Supply. Now, let me see who else is in here. Of course, my brother Q, Let's Talk To, who actually brought this topic to me, man, and this has really been weighing on his heart. So salute to our brother Q, as usual, from Let's Talk To, in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Salute to brother Q. Let me see who else is in here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we got Devin in the Deb. Good to see you, sis. Salute to Deb in the building. Salute, sis. Good to see you. Let me see who else is in here. Fanny, let me see who else is in here. Oh, Hannibal, what's happening? Hannibal, you ain't blocked, fam. You in the building. Salute to Hannibal. You understand me? Who else is in here? Let me see. Hold on, family. Hold on. Nico. Listen, the legend of Nico is true and alive and well in the building. Salute to our brother Nico, ladies and gentlemen. I see y'all climbing in here, man. Make sure y'all share this out. This is going to be a very informative show today, family. It's going to probably be maybe a quick second of nigga shit, but we're going to get right into the real stuff today. Maybe a quick, probably not even that. I ain't even going to hold y'all. But let me see who else is in here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see. Sister in the building. What's happening, sis? What's happening with you? Let me see who else is in here. Let me see. Oh, my sis DW. God damn it, if y'all ain't know, Sister DW is in the building. Queen DW. Cooking on DL Hughley all week, sis. I see you out there cooking on that food. Let me see who else is in here. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Let me stop playing around. It's one thing I can't do when we do this broadcast and disrespect when we see the brother Wolf, ladies and gentlemen, is in the building. Don't hate on Wolf. They try not to get your sound off, but let's give me that sound. There we go. The Wolf is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Salute to everybody that's in here with us right now. All right, salute to everybody in here. Gentlemen, let me go to you brothers real quick, man. Let me go to my brother Vader first. Brother Vader, man, what's happening with you? What it look like, man? What's happening over there in the West Coast, brother?
Man, yesterday.
Brother Vader, real quick. You sound very, very staticky.
Let me fix that. Okay.
Let me go to my brother Q from Let's Talk To. Brother Q, what's happening, brother?
Hey man, I'm doing well, man. I appreciate everybody in the chat for joining us for this conversation. And I'm hyped up to talk about this issue because we need to understand what's going on, understand what's going on, and be aware that it starts off little by little. It's like when you allow something to pick at you, and it keeps picking, and next thing you know, it's big.
Right.
So I hope that those of us that are here watching the program live, as well as those that will watch the rerun, will do some more research, be abreast of what's going on, and understand that for us, we love to say that the Constitution wasn't for us.
Come on.
However, it's applicable to us.
Right.
So we need to understand what's going on.
Well, and that, Brother Q, I have to second you, sir, with, again, these, particularly when we're talking about these amendments, man, particularly the ones you wanted to focus on, First and Second Amendment, gentlemen. I think the mere fact that a lot of people are just kind of glazing over these threats that are coming from the current VP at that, who may potentially actually be Ronda Rousey into presidential position. She has promised that she will punish us for speaking out, to actually using those First Amendments. And then she said, you know what? I'm going to have the right to come into your homes at any time too, to check and see what you're doing with that Second Amendment. Because if we deem, for whatever scale by which they grade or determine that we are accurately or inaccurately using or holding these guns that we now got permits to, they'll decide to lock us up or take them from us. So I think this is something, especially coming into this election year, right? Black America needs to focus and understand that we are literally under attack here. But I digress, sir. Let me go to the Wolf, Brother Wolf, Juan J. Johnson, LWF training, sir. How you doing today, Brother Juan J. Johnson, sir? You're muted, Brother Juan. Let's unmute you. I didn't mute you. Let me try this. Let me press it. Yeah, you're muted, Brother Juan. I don't know what's happening.
Can you hear me now?
Now we hear you. There you go. Loud and clear, sir.
Man, I'm well, man. I'm looking forward to the discussion, man. I think that this is probably one of the most important discussions that we need to have, because a lot of us don't focus on the First Amendment. A lot of us don't even know what the First Amendment is, or the Second Amendment, or even the Fourth Amendment. So I'm looking forward to having the whole conversation so that we can empower these folks and let people know, don't let these folks in your house. But I'm not going to jump the gun. Let's have the conversation.
Right. Don't let them in your house. Brother Vader, Black American Service and Supply, sir. Are you good to go, sir?
Mic check. How do I sound?
It's worse.
It's worse. It's like you make
hey, Brother Vader, you know what it might be? It might be if you have anything open on your computer, like anything that's distorting the audio.
Right. If you got a window or something open, that could be it. Okay. But nonetheless, gentlemen, let's keep this thing going with, the rebel is in the building. Salute to the rebel. What's happening? What's happening with you? Rebel is here for the conversation. Absolutely. Gentlemen, so again, with the latest that has happened, let me touch on a little bit of nigga shit. Just a quick dose, y'all, and then we're gonna get into what we really need to get into. But I will say this. I want people to become a lot more aware of how you should be moving when it comes to the things that you're consuming, y'all. Okay? The things that you're consuming. When I say that as a chef, I just want you to be aware that I have been responsible for preparing a lot of different staples when it comes to sauces, desserts, even candies to some degree, y'all. And what I'm saying by that is they're introducing a lot more chemicals to the production of those items. Okay. These chemicals lend themselves to hypertension, diabetes, cancers, um, even some HIV components in some of these candies. I just want y'all to be aware of what's happening, y'all. If you can even make an indoor garden for yourself, I want to recommend that you get on that type of time. It is literally getting to a place where nothing you consume is good for you. Okay. It's kind of been like that for a while, but even in your kids' cereal that's supposed to be organic and all this bullshit, I'm telling you straight like that, it's not. It is not. They're even pumping your what oxygen, liquid oxygen. They're pumping your watermelons with that now, y'all. This ain't no. That's not no watermelon. So anyway, let me bring Brother Vader back in. Let's see. Brother Vader, check one, check one.
Check one.
Oh yeah, you good now. There you go.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Brother Vader, how you living, man? Talk to me, man. West Coast, they got you down bad. Talk to us, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think the entire nation is down bad after yesterday, right? But I know that's for later in the conversation, so I'll hold on to them.
So how you been living over there, man? Just checking in with the Black American.
Just we're still crunching out here. We're improving our podcast situation. So I've been doing some lives, and things are moving forward, and we're still looking to finance this company. So that's what we're on.
Absolutely appreciate you, Brother Vader, for checking in, ladies and gentlemen. Salute our brother Big Meech. Salute Big Meech in the building. Salute for checking in. Now let's bring up a little doses of bring up a little dosage for everybody. Salute to this sister right here. I gotta say salute to her. She's phenomenal. Yep. Okay. This impression right here had your boy crying. Okay. Listen, if anybody know at this stage of the game, well, actually, if you don't know at this stage of the game, you're living on a fucking rock. But let's go ahead and play this sister. She does a phenomenal job of being Kamala Harris here. So fair use, family, fair use.
Let's be clear. Let's be very clear. I am running for president to help the illegal immigrants because we have more in common than what separates us, and what separates us is the unburden of what has been and what has not.
When I heard that what has been, shit, I was dying. I was fucking dying. But that's Kamala Harris, and Kamala be thinking she's so damn deep. Anytime I hear Kamala Harris, I think of Kerry Washington. You know how Kerry Washington be trying to sound, so fucking profound, or Jada Pinkett be trying to sound profound and get these stupid motherfuckers. But anyway, let's play some more of this.
The 3 million homes that I plan on building are for the illegal immigrants because they need help the most. And also, I have no policy in place. No foreign policy for the war in Ukraine and the war in Gaza.
Cool.
Let's be clear. Let's be very clear.
Cool. Shout out to this sister, y'all. Real quick, let me salute to this brother right here. Salute to the brother, grown man talking, checking in, man. Much respect to you, fam, for sliding through. Solid platform that brother has right there, man. Definitely y'all go check him out if you get some time. Grown man talking, salute to him for coming through. Now, let's play a little bit more of our sister. Let her continue to get this little lick off, and then we start getting serious with this shit, okay? Salute to this sister. Get the lick in.
I meant what I said, that I'm not going to do anything specifically for Black people, including reparations. So we need to move forward to destruction and crime. Because we love crime, and we love chaos. Just look at all the major cities that are ran by my party. Homelessness is on the rise, and unemployment is on the rise too. But don't worry, the American dream is for the immigrants. And we support illegal immigration to the T, and we will keep that border open. Yes, we will. But you need to vote for me, Kamala. I am the new way. Please vote.
Kamala for the people, ladies and gentlemen. Kamala for the people. Now, listen. Salute to that sis for getting in the lid. Salute to the 70 plus in the building with us right now. Damn, I don't know if this is quicker than the presidential debate. 70 people getting it. But salute to that sister for getting the lick in on our behalf. Listen, outside of all of the little, the parody there, she did say something that stood out, right? Vote for me. I'm Kamala, right? Vote for the chaos. Vote for all the fucked up communities with which you live, right? And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that leads me to LBJ, right? That leads me to LBJ. Now, if you don't know the story, for those of you who don't know who LBJ is, right? LBJ happened to be one of the lucky people who was able to run a play after Kennedy got assassinated. He kind of got his position off default, okay? Now, he got the first position off default, and then they decided to spin the block back up to elect him. Okay, so he got like a term and a half. Okay. Now, what we want to understand about LBJ, family, is this. LBJ said to his constituents that Black Americans were getting too much political power during the 60s, okay, particularly the late 60s, right? Now, in order to calm these uppity Negroes down, we got to give them something, ladies and gentlemen. LBJ, we got to give the niggas something, okay? Now, also keep in mind, during LBJ's term, I want y'all to know this. LBJ's term was that of liberalism, okay? Also, in addition to there we go. We got the brother Dr. Short in the building. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, salute to our brother, Dr. Randy Short, checking in the building. Yes, indeed. Brother Dr. Short, salute to you, sir.
White woman, real life.
Real white. White afternoon, sir. White afternoon. Listen, I was just bringing everybody up to speed, sir, but you being the historian, the educator of us, especially when it comes to those books, brother, I was bringing everybody up to speed when it comes to LBJ. Now, I know you're very well versed in the origin story of LBJ, but also his diabolical impact on what ultimately has become of our community today. So I wanted you, if you can, shed some light, give him a little origin story on LBJ, sir, and how he ultimately contributed to the emergence of the first quote unquote Black president and first quote unquote female Black VP. His contributions to that, sir. If you can shed some light.
I think that Johnson, if you know the history, but let me just give you some. Johnson was the person who's credited with making real the civil rights agenda of the Kennedy brothers, in particular President John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And people know that Johnson, who came from like a struggling family in Texas, he was a teacher and so forth, but came into Congress and ultimately got into the Senate. And he was basically a rabid segregationist. And then as that situation changed, as he became a power in the United States Senate, and then he was picked as a vice presidential candidate. And of course, if you talk to some of the people that I know, it is contended strongly that Johnson was a part of the conspiracy to kill John F. Kennedy. That's one piece. The other piece is that when Johnson became president, there was at least a movement for civil rights. Okay, John F. Kennedy was killed November 22nd, 1963. In fact, November 22nd, 1963 it's just about, October, September, August. It's almost 4 years to the day of the Great March on Washington. The March on Washington, I think, was August 28th, 1963. It's almost 4 months to the day. Think about that.
Yeah.
And so that's supposed to be a big highlight, watermark thing around civil rights and largest gathering in the history for civil rights in the country. He's president within 4 months. We also need to remember that within days of the March on Washington, you have the bombing of the 16th Street church in Birmingham, Alabama, and one of the first riots. As much as people talk about the civil rights movement being nonviolent, that is a goddamn lie. The black folks in Birmingham rioted. At least 3 people were shot dead by the police. So yes, there was a riot in Birmingham. We always hear about the little girls getting killed. Okay, 4 girls were killed. Another woman who's alive to this day, who was injured, has never received restitution. And yes, you had one of your first riots in September of 1963. So Johnson's president. There's all this pressure. People need to remember that Kennedy had begun to turn towards civil rights. And also, we need to remember that what happened in 1962 was the whole fight over the Cuban Missile Crisis. And what people need to understand that's usually ignored is that the civil rights movement that we talk so much about was not just powered by black folk getting bit by dogs and jailed and beaten by cops and so forth. It was also driven by the international Cold War. The Russians, the Chinese, and other people were calling out the United States' treatment of black people. And Malcolm X was not the first, but he was still alive in 1963. Remember, he dies in February 1965. That you had movements for independence all over the world, where people basically telling white people to get the fuck out. That's Asia, Latin America, okay, part of the Cuban Missile Strike crisis is that the Cubans basically accepted nuclear weapons from Russia as a means to keep the United States from invading. You have a lot of things going on. So there's an international thing. Okay, you've got a war in Congo. You have the creation of Kenya, Ofaga's supposed father's country, after genocide in Kenya. You had Kennedy, who did not support the French, who had done a genocide in Algeria. That war ended in 1961, 62, where the French killed 1.5 million Algerians. If you're talking about Gaza, you had many things going on. In 1961, you had this. In fact, even just before, there was an issue around apartheid in South Africa. And let me just say this to you: Martin Luther King being hounded about being friends to Stanley Levinson, a Jewish communist whose widow, was, I'm not his widow, his ex-wife, or should I say his wife, was, his first wife married the mentor to Harry Belafonte. I think his name is Kennedy. He changed his name to Kennedy, but he's a Jew. And so there's this communist connection to Dr. King. And they began deciding to do something with Martin Luther King, spying on him with Gay Edgar Hoover and all of this, because of Martin Luther King accepting the opportunity to go and talk about apartheid in South Africa before the United Nations. And this is where people start thinking that, we may have to kill Dr. King. Back in the early 60s, okay, when Kennedy was president, and this is when Robert Kennedy Sr. and John F. Kennedy Sr. decided to allow wiretapping. So literally, and Johnson had to be aware of it, because Johnson was best buddies with this. In fact, this is very important. Johnson was super, super, super tight with the drag queen predator named Gay Edgar Hoover, or J. Edgar Hoover. So sit down and think about that the man who created COINTELCOUNTERPRO, the counterintelligence program to attack, in particular, Black people, the architect of making certain that there's not a Black Messiah. I'm certain everyone's familiar with hearing that. The architect, J. Edgar Hoover, is buddies with Johnson. They've been listening and bothering and getting wiretaps and so forth. In fact, one of the reasons that Johnson was very, 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 very powerful was that he could get information on the sex lives and corrupt activities or whatever through his friend Gay Edgar Hoover. And by the way, Gay Edgar Hoover hated John Kennedy Sr., who had been screwing a Scandinavian Nazi who was connected to Hitler. So there had been a hatred of the Kennedys through Gay Edgar Hoover, who's buddies with Johnson. And by the way, like the night before Kennedy was shot, there was a meeting at a white billionaire's house in which Gay Edgar Hoover, Johnson, Nixon, I think possibly Bush the first, Papa Bush one, all met. We need to understand that. And so when Kennedy is shot dead, probably with the collusion of Johnson, there's a very good reason to believe that. also understand that Johnson, the mafia, and I just have to say this, uh, Zionist mafia and Zionist nationalists, sounds like what's happening now where people keep shooting at Trump. Just keep looking. Don't believe me, and I'm not saying anything to attack anyone. So the whole way to get rid of Kennedy is there. And when Johnson becomes president, at the height of the Cold War, and him being a Southerner, he knew he had to do something to manage Black people because it was embarrassing. What happens like a year after the March on Washington, just before, less than a year, you get Martin Luther King to get the Nobel Peace Prize. A lot of Black folks think that that's great news. That's very embarrassing to white America, that a Black person that's leading people to show how dirty America's drawers are and its ass is unwiped, that the international community to put pressure on the United States is giving the troublesome Negro an award. It was really a signal to the United States from even white people. You guys are fucked the way you treat Black people. And we need to understand that the United Nations had a special committee on apartheid, and this was being looked at as nations began to fight against this. And something in the late 50s that most people don't know about, it's called, the short expression is ICERD, the International Convention for the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which basically everything bad that happens to Black people right now in the United States is illegal under international law. The United States is a signatory nation. Malcolm X knew this. Brother Larry Pinckney, who you should have on our show, won and sued the United States and Europe and everybody else for racism, genocide, and discrimination. And of course, they put him in jail and wanted to kill him, and he can't get a job at McDonald's to this day. But everything that happens to you and I and these illegals in the country is all illegal. And the United States is bound to correct it. And the very reason that these illegals are not treated like we are is because the United States is respecting the international human rights of every people in the world except us. Martin Luther King and others were aware of this, and even literally 10 years prior to the passage of the International Convention for the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, you need to recall that Paul Robeson, William Patterson, and many, many other people were charging the United States with with genocide in 1946. I repeat, there was a movement to charge the United States government with genocide in 1946 by Black American activists. Paul Robeson, who you don't really hear anything about, basically the equivalent of what Michael Jackson was to us, Paul Robeson was for Black people in the 1940s. The greatest Black actor, athlete, lawyer, scholar, singer, movie star, all this shit at one time was with other people charged the United States government with genocide. And what happened, so you can see how this works, people like, let me get this fool's name right, James Weldon Johnson, Walter White, and Roy Wilkins. So the NAACP and the Civil Rights Establishment in 1946, the same niggas that had the slogan, free by 63. In 1946, the NAACP and particularly the NAACP, agreed to ignore the fact that Black people were the victims of genocide and systemic racial discrimination that violated all international law in exchange for chump change to be in operation. So, what? In 2 years, it will be 80 years ago. Actually, it's more than that because they started putting pressure on them in 45. Next year, it will basically be 80 years since the Boule decided not to fight for the full freedom, reparations, and liberation from oppression and genocide 80 years ago. 80 years ago. And there's a book I always refer people to called Rebellion and Revolution. Harold Cruz makes a reference to the fact that a gay-ass Bayard Rustin and many others said that the March on Washington in 1963 was a failure. It was a gimmick. It would not solve Black people's problems. They were saying that. The year prior to that, the Quarterly Journal of Economics pointed out that Black men had been making no economic progress since the end of the Second World War in 1962, and said the civil rights movement would not have a great bearing on the economic status of Black people as collective in 1962. So you need to understand a lot of this civil rights fiction, people knew it was bullshit then. The same way we're being told Kamala Harris is a Black woman, a freedom fighter, and that she's a virgin and didn't give blowjobs to everybody at Howard and at City Hall in San Francisco. We were told that Black folk getting beat and shot and bit by dogs and water holes was getting us freedom, getting us economic parity, getting us housing and jobs. And it's a lie, it's a fiction. I'm giving you this background so you can understand that Johnson and many other people, and this has been consistent since 1945, it's almost been 80 years, that the most racist elements in white American society have been opposed to the United Nations, which has a Declaration of Man, or the Declaration of Human Rights, because they understand when you sign an international agreement, it supersedes national law. The crooked ass people in the NAACP, the crooked ass people in the National Asshole Network, the crooked ass people in the Boule, the crooked ass people in the Congressional Black Circus, the crooked ass people in the National Congress of Black Churches, the crooked traitor Black leadership across the board has systematically refused to fight for Black people's human rights and freedom for 80 years by only focusing in on national law, as not to embarrass the United States internationally. I just want to make this plain to you that everybody knows we're being exterminated. This was openly discussed in 1945.
Right.
1945, which is 18 years before Kennedy's shot. They're having these discussions, and this is why you'll always hear, before they ever said defund the police, is defund the United Nations. It's defund the United Nations to keep them from intervening over how Black people are treated. So bribes were given to the Black elite to allow us to suffer. And Johnson and all his guys knew all about this. Now, the following year, 1946, after the Declaration of Human Rights was made law for the United Nations, what happens here? Most people aren't aware. The very first Supreme Court decision that outlawed Jim Crow segregation, separate but equal, Plessy versus Ferguson, 1946. The first Supreme Court case that clearly said that this is unconstitutional is Morgan versus Commonwealth of Virginia, my adopted grandmother. And Thurgood Marshall and William Hastie, both attorneys, the people who later be on the Brown case in 1954, which would come 8 years later, they began to argue that human rights thing, that these laws are violating the human rights of Black Americans. And so they won their first victory. For all the dumb fuck, stupid Black people who think getting beaten by police, shot by police, jailed, bit by dogs, water hose, not eating, having acid thrown in a swimming pool gets you your rights. If that's true, then the thousands of Blacks murdered by police from 1944 to now, we should be the minority rulers of America. If a couple of people getting killed in Mississippi, that's just like 2 or 3 and a couple here or there, it's all a fiction. It's all a fiction. And the same people saying, take the jab, don't ask any questions, the same people that say we need to help these illegals, the same people who say, well, economic growth means making Blacks homeless and bringing whites and gays and all of this. The same people doing that are the same people that said, we won't fight against Black genocide if you take care of us. And by the way, the people who are part of that coalition, Eleanor Roosevelt and all of these people, liberal, and what happens in 1948? In 1948, but even before that, in 1944, who's president? Because on April 12th, 1944, if I've got the date right, I think it's April 12th or 13th, but forgive me if it's one day or the other, but it's April 1944, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a white supremacist, dies, and he's replaced by another white supremacist who's a member of the Ku Klux Klan named Truman. And Truman is the first president, in fact, the first Democratic president in American history to that point to support what? At least give lip service to. To give lip service to civil rights, although, let me go back and say some more. The first March on Washington that was scheduled for 1942, in which less than 1,200 Black people punked the United States into passing the president executive order 8842, which ended racial discrimination and United States government-funded war plants. That's how the goddamn Black middle class got established. It also created the FEPC, the Fair Employment Practices Commission. Okay, this all came out, and this was led by A. Philip Randolph, and so less than 1,100 Black folk even were willing to sign up to fight. But that few Black folks scared the shit out of Roosevelt that they would be embarrassed internationally while fighting the Nazis. That it would come out that the Nazis' laws for the Jews, the Nuremberg racial laws, you always hear it said the Nuremberg laws. No, it's the Nuremberg racial laws. The Nuremberg racial laws are based on the Jim Crow decision for Blacks in the United States. The South African system of apartheid, which was systematically organized when the nationalist Afrikaners, the Dutch-speaking racist whites in South Africa came to power, they created their version of Jim Crow. Off of Plessy versus Ferguson. So remember I said the Apartheid Commission was talking and the UN, right? And remember the Nazis, this big thing in Nuremberg, those trials had just more or less ended. They ended in the late 40s. You had the Tokyo trials and you had the Nuremberg trials where they hung a few token Nazis and let the other Nazi billionaires that killed everybody go. This is something that energized a very important element in American life called American Jews. And American Jews, the same way gays seized on AIDS to get power, Jews seized on this Holocaust as they developed it. And you had some Jewish judges, you had some Catholics, you had some other people. They used this Holocaust to bully people, to hide behind doing something for blacks. Like, we got one cookie and they got the damn cookie factory, right? You have this happening. And you also have this Cold War, and you have all of these things going on. And by the way, you need to understand, Johnson was having an affair when he did become president with a Jewish woman, the same way Kennedy was having an affair with the Jewish woman connected to the mafia. Johnson's Jewish woman, I think, was connected to the Jewish mafia, Italian mafia for RFK. I'm not sorry, JFK. And a Jewish mafia for Johnson. So they had their claws. And also we need to mention that Truman, who came before Kennedy, who's the first so-called civil rights president, got a briefcase with $2 million in cash from Jews. Just remember that. They bought the presidency back in the 40s. And what happened in 1946, between 46 and 48, the NAACP, in violation of its own charter, basically began supporting the Democrats blindly. If you want to know why these folks are Democrat or die, if Trump offers a mediocre platinum plan, and the Democrats offer nothing, it's because the black elite in 1946, 47, 48 formalized the relationship between 1944 and 48 to be solidly for the Democrats. And so what else happened? Truman did what? He desegregated the military supposedly in 1948, but we know in 1968, almost 90% of the people in military prisons in Vietnam were black veterans, or I should say black soldiers. We know that even today, black veterans are 900 times more likely to commit suicide than white veterans for this desegregated military, with that strange-looking Austin, who looks really, 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 really weird. He does look like Florida Evans from Good Times. So you have some blacks in the military, but understand that Truman did some token stuff, and he won his 1948 election with black votes, which switched from Republican to Democrat in 1948. And at the same time, we need to remember a great speech was given by Hubert Humphrey, the former mayor of Minneapolis and in Minnesota, and then later Senator Hubert Humphrey, who gave a speech in Philadelphia in 1948 about walking in the bright sunshine of civil rights. And you had your first civil rights plank put in the Democrats, but you also had the emergence of what? The Dixiecrats, the kind of folks that Johnson needed and liked in the South. Strom Thurmond and all these other people, many of them walked out, and many of them began organizing to fight against the civil rights and human rights of black people. They felt pressured both by what was happening in the Democratic Party to get black votes and what was happening internationally. The same faction of people that are opposed to the United Nations today, and the same people that are opposed to reparations and everything, that wing within the Democratic Party, although you have really white Republicans who are racist as hell, and that's another conversation.
Well, check it out, brother Dr. Short. What I definitely appreciate is the origin story of the Lyndon B, and I particularly what you alluded to earlier. Well, no, what you stated, because it's true. Lyndon B was a part of that party where they said they had to give the Negroes something.
I'm getting to that, but I'm showing you that even before Johnson became president, he was in Congress. He was friends with all of that. He was there to watch the moves to check black people happen even before Johnson became president. Johnson was there. He came into Congress with these moves to block black people throughout the South and other places in the country. Let's be clear on that. There's a foundation. I'm trying to say what you're seeing now with people saying no to come swallow, and the consternation of people saying, why can't we ask for anything? It's because the boomers and the silent generation, the other people, made a deal to allow us to be killed off slowly. In the 1940s, where they keep offering abortion to us, but they'll let illegals have babies and build schools. This is a deal that's been cut at our collective expense. However, the way that you hide it, there's a book that anybody can buy. It's very expensive, called The American Dilemma. Read chapter 7. Gunnar Myrdal, a Swedish sociologist, talked about the threat that black people pose to America and that we had to be killed off delicately, slowly kill off black people, because there's no way for blacks to be assimilated into American life. This book came out in the middle 1940s. Actually came out about 1944. How do you like that? So like 80 years ago, it's saying we've got to kill black people off slowly because there's no way to bring them into American life. Now, having said that segue, 20 years after Myrdal and all this stuff, the setup for black elite people to be given things so they could screw us and keep us down, Johnson's president. And Johnson, who has bloody hands helping kill Kennedy to make himself a hero and to avoid the scrutiny, because you have revolutions and wars everywhere. You had the year of 1964, I think 17 African countries became independent. You had wars all over around race. You had the United States have a CIA coup against the government of Brazil to prevent Brazil from having racial equality for blacks there. In 1965, Johnson had the American soldiers go into the Dominican Republic and kill tens of thousands of black Dominicans to prevent them from getting human and civil rights within their society. Johnson also is responsible in 1966 for having Kwame Nkrumah, the big, great leader of Pan-Africanism on the African continent, driven from power in Ghana. And many people were assassinated. The CIA and all this stuff under Johnson. Remember, Kennedy was going to get rid of the CIA, the same CIA that killed Patrice Lumumba, that helped kill Sylvanus Olympio in the Togo. Johnson was there when the moves to kill and slaughter black liberation on a global basis, not just here. He's making those moves. So Johnson gets in. They decide because he has enough dirt with J. Edgar Hoover to get all the votes to get the Civil Rights Act passed. To get the Voting Rights Act passed in 1965. But at the same time that he's doing that domestically, he's also helping the white South Africans. He's helping the whites in Rhodesia who passed the unilateral Declaration of Independence for Rhodesia to be a white state, right? Once you start seeing this, you understand that he's giving money to the Portuguese to do genocide in Mozambique and Angola and Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. Are you following me? He's doing all kinds of monster stuff on a global basis, and a national basis to black people. So look, Johnson summed it up this way, so we can get to the heart of it. They had to make it seem as if they're going to do something for black people until they could kill off the black movement through assassinations, jailings, exile, all of this. I had friends all throughout the civil rights movement, right? I mean, my friend, Reverend C.T. Vivian died a few years ago, was Martin Luther King's first assistant. I mean, I actually knew some of these people. I met what's this guy's name? Because there are two of them. James Farmer. I met James Farmer in 1970 or 71. I mean, just the people I knew throughout life who were involved. I knew Jim Foreman of SNCC. I knew Bob Moses. And I'm not trying to boast, I'm just trying to say to you, when you knew and you could talk to these people, you hear this stuff firsthand, right? What happened, Johnson and them began to do cosmetic things as well as buy off the top 10, 15% of Black people. So the other 85 to 90% of Black folks are headless. The civil rights movement was an execution. It was a fiction. It's the same way Obama was a fiction and an execution, and Kamala is a fiction and it's an execution in process. Give niggas nothing, but make it seem as if everything is wonderful.
Now stay right there. There you go. Stay right there, Brother Short. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted you to set it up. See, now we talking, baby. Now we talking. Ladies and gentlemen, and salute to everybody. Real quick, let me go ahead and salute my brother Nico for hitting the Cash App while he was here. Salute to brother Nico for hitting the Cash App. Salute to you, brother Nico. I appreciate your support always, man. We got Zakari in here, and we got, who else we got in? We got brother Cut the Check in the building. Salute to everybody that's checking in with us right now, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's why we wanted to touch on LBJ. Okay? Even allowing niggas, right? Allowing niggas, first and foremost, when I look at LBJ being a part of that coalition, per se, of the mirage of niggas making progress. See, LBJ was one of the very guys in the very beginning who supported that mirage of Black folks in high places or positions of power or seats at the table nonsense, you know, especially what Brother Dr. Short touched on, the civil rights movement. This is why you're seeing a lot of what is considered civil rights for us not going to our communities, right? Like it bypassed us. So even the idea of being able to protect yourself is another illusion now. If you think about all the places that make it extremely difficult for you to have your Second Amendment, right? In Jersey, I'm up in Jersey, you got to go through all types of leaps and bounds to get your thing, to get your guns. Also, the mere fact that these goofies right here, ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and remind you, these goofies right here, right, is a part of that top percent that Brother Dr. Short was talking about. Obama and Kamala Harris, because Negroes, hold on, real quick. Farrakhan, I need a hand.
Scared to death Negroes are my enemy.
Thank you, Farrakhan. Right on time when I need you. These $5 Negroes right here, okay, are part of that population that Dr. Short was talking about. Bringing them in because even just as much as they fear the idea of another Black Messiah, Negroes want it so bad. So they give you a fake version of this Messiah. Listen, LBJ said, listen, we got to give these uppity Negroes something to keep them calm. Make them think they got something when they ain't got shit at all. Make them think
Chef,
they got... Yes, sir.
And Chef, let me just say that Johnson set everything in motion.
Absolutely.
For what's disastrous happening to us today. Johnson set it in motion. The mass abortion of Black children. Johnson started supporting Planned Parenthood in 1965. In 1965, they changed the immigration rules. In fact, that allowed who? That allowed Kamala and all these other people to come. In 1965, where we said it's a voting rights thing, this is where they began to really crack down. Again, you had COINTELCOUNTERPRO, you had this thing about aborting black babies. You also had the thing the year before where they created Title IX, where they put white women in the civil rights agenda. So everything blacks were fighting for, black men were fighting for, they used sellout, traitor, disloyal black women with white lesbians and everybody else to give it to them.
Come on.
This was set in motion under Johnson in 64, 65. We're looking at 60 years of this. Johnson later, I think in 67, had the first omnibus crime bill before there was a Biden bill, the mass incarceration of black people.
Come on.
A lot of the heroin that began, I mean, the CIA was bringing it over, but it really picked up as Johnson expanded the war. They expanded the amount of dope that was being dumped in black communities under Johnson. Wait a minute. Malcolm X, the civil rights workers, Dr. King, and a range of black people were assassinated on Johnson's watch.
Right.
And those that got assassinated afterwards, the infrastructure was put together by the Johnson administration. So when you sit down, you think about it, and even the things that Johnson did that made white folks mad, that really didn't do anything for black people, created what? It created the climate for Nixon and Reagan and everyone else to attack and blame black people for everything. It was Johnson that mobilized and had the military prepared to put black people in concentration camps across the country in the late 60s.
Do me
It
a
was
favor,
Johnson.
brother Short. Could you repeat that? You said it created the environment to do what?
To prevent, to make certain that black people were contained and kept down. Remember, Johnson promised the Great Society. They're going to do all this stuff. While he talked about that, he's systematically underfunded it, sending all the money to kill people in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, and in other countries doing genocides on his watch, with Barack Obama's father in Indonesia, where they helped kill anywhere from 1 to 2 million people were murdered in Indonesia. 1 to 2 million. People don't recall that. People don't understand. In fact, one of the genocides is still going on in West Papua. People don't. So there's a black genocide, which is intimately involves Obama's Indonesian family to this day. For all the black people who like that faggot, that they kill black people. These folks have been killing us for generations. And, you know, I care not a fuck who doesn't like how I see or what I know about it. We need to stop caring about scared, traitor, no good black people.
Hold on, Brother Shaw. Brother Shaw, hold on.
Scared to death Negroes are my enemy.
Yes, sir.
There are enemies. We have enemies within our community. Everything that Johnson's done and all those who followed him are black enemies of black people. People need to remember that when Martin Luther King denounced the Vietnam War in April 1967, the black leadership establishment that began to get those support, that bribe money in the 1940s for not really pushing for black freedom and justice and equality, those people wrote a letter condemning Martin Luther King. It was a boule, we don't mind you white folks offing Dr. King letter. Why hasn't there ever been among those niggers in Congress or anywhere else an investigation of all the assassinations of the Panthers, the Republic of New Africa, all of this stuff? How come this never? I mean, do you realize what a case we have for reparations, that they drop dope in our community and that they won't ask? You're sitting there with all of the, I mean, we now got close to 60 niggas in Congress. You realize if they put 20 more, we're dead. Well, the more you put in there, the worse shit gets.
Well, let's hold
it was
right
creative fiction. Now, hold on, let me say this while I'm thinking about it. Even the first Supreme Court justice, you know, Thurgood Marshall had some good, but you know, Thurgood Marshall was an FBI informant, in case people don't know that. And that's why they didn't mind him being on the Supreme Court. And I remember they were saying that Johnson told Thurgood Marshall people needed to see a nigger sitting in the Supreme Court. Not that they were going to fix everything, just it needs to look like it. In Russia, when they had their queen, Catherine the Great, she had a general, a lover named Potemkin. And Potemkin, when she went on a tour of Russia, he created artificial towns and villages to make her think that the new territories that he acquired by war were prosperous. So she would not know the real expense or the cost that would be necessary for this area of Ukraine and Crimea that you hear about, not Crimea, but other parts of the country that they acquired, to give them a fictional view of how prosperous the country was. America has been lying to the world about Black people. We're the world's largest ethnic nationality group, which is what we are, without freedom, justice, sovereignty, economic access. This is the crime against humanity, that we are like the Palestinians times 10 or 20 in America. And this is something that these people are paid to look the other way. They're paid to ignore mass incarceration. You are seeing the face and the voice of the person who went off on Julian Bond for being head of the NAACP and not doing a damn thing about mass incarceration. And so some of us need to understand that these people conscientiously refuse. And Julian Bond couldn't stand me giving his ass hell. And his Quaker Oats man-looking wife, I don't give a shit. And yes, I did. I blasted his ass, and he changed his phone number to get rid of me. We need to go after these niggas when they're in these positions. I don't care fuck who he is. Do what you can do. We don't do this. That was part of the buy-off, to give enough money and enough resources to just a few. The same way they don't mind Diddy, or should I say Shitty, and Oprah, and what's this dude? LeBron James, who's wearing women's a sex maid outfit. They don't mind a few Black folks being rich. They mind the rest of us getting our motherfucking money that we're owed. Johnson and the others, they decide to do this, and at the same time that they're talking about war on poverty, they had systematically created the suburbs and put all that money, took the money from the cities and made the suburbs a paradise for whites, hell for Blacks. And not only that, began to make Latinos, start classifying them as whites and throw them in schools with Black people to say that the segregation had been achieved. All of these scams happen with Johnson. And Johnson's the architect of containing Black people.
There we go. So
and
fooling
and bamboozling Black people, and we have been contained our entire lives by something we thought. You see a Black congressperson here, stuff's changing. No, it's window dressing. It's just because you change your tampon doesn't mean that you don't have cervical cancer. Just because you wipe your ass doesn't mean that you don't have colorectal cancer. Just because you brush your teeth doesn't mean that you don't have tongue cancer or you don't have an abscess. He was one of the main people to create this fiction of a chained society. So when you see Black people on television, you need to understand that the CIA and these other people that are involved in entertainment and in media, they're the ones that help bring Blacks in. That's why they had two Caribbeans be the face of Black people, not Black American men. I'm talking about Harry Belafonte and Sidney Poitier. They picked everybody but Black American men, and they've been picking over us. This stuff all started with Johnson. Johnson's the one that began to, he's the one that started making money available for the Special Weapons and Tactics, SWAT. Remember, Watts occurred in 1965 when Johnson was president. That's when you really began to militarize the police to kill Black people in a way like never before, where violence against Black people went from white mobs to it being institutionalized within police and law enforcement. So this whole idea of militarizing the police started with Johnson.
Well, hold it there, brother Short. Hold it right there. That's what I'm talking about. This is, listen, I know everybody see the title. It's showing Constitution First and the Second Amendment. But when you look at the direct connection, who essentially launched the attack on these particular amendments here. Again, Lyndon B. Johnson, your boy he said, listen, we got to give these Negroes something and we'll have them voting for us for the next 200 years. Okay? So what did he do? He started giving you a couple uppity Negroes in fake positions of power. Okay? He also gave you some token Negroes. Huh? And then he also, thank you, Brother Short. This is why I said stop right there. When you talk about guns, Lyndon B is the progenitor. When you think about this shit being ushered in toward our community, he is the progenitor. He's the guy. So I wanted to make it make sense when you want to find out, okay, hey, where did all of this stuff start? Who did it? Or who's one of the main factors in having this kind of climate be imposed on our community? There you go. You got to be able to point the finger at somebody. You got to be able to say, oh, yeah, you motherfucker. Because, again, when you let this particular propaganda machine get a hold of narratives, they're going to tell you that LBJ was the greatest thing ever smoking. He brought the Civil Rights Movement, Civil Rights Act to us. They're going to tell you that. And they're going to tell you that the civil rights thing was the best shit that ever happened to Black America. Cap. This is bullshit. So again, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I had to get this. This is why I wanted Brother Dr. Short to come through and lay that groundwork for us. Okay? When you want to know the origin story, you want to remove all the emotional shit. Track the inception of it all. Be able to see where it came from. This, Dr. Short gave us the acts. He gave us the origin story. Now we know who is the main guy. But again, this particular degenerate system has 1.0, 2.0 versions, ladies and gentlemen. We got several versions of this thing. Okay? And they just pick up the baton, per se. So with that being said, man, let me go to Brother Q real quick. I'm going to go to Brother Q. Brother Q, are you in the building, sir? Let's have a conversation about this First Amendment, sir.
Yeah, I'm here.
Let's have this conversation about this First Amendment, man, because, hold up, but before we do that, man, let me give you a little inspiration from LBJ.
Say, well, you can't have a poll tax. They can say you can't have a gas tax or a cigarette tax, anything else. Federal government's telling the states that pretty tough what their business is. Now, you can say that they can't discriminate, but I've got to prove that it discriminates. Now, I can't prove it in Texas. There are more niggers voting there now than white folks. There are more of them buying poll taxes now than white folks. Higher percentage of them. And I can't show that the literacy test that discriminate against because they haven't got any. They got no test at all. Just by God, anybody that can get up and pay $1.06 can vote.
These are some of the little secret quote-unquote tapes of LBJ talking that fly shit. Now he's out
there. Did I hear that right?
Oh yeah, you heard it. Salute to LBJ.
Did he say that we vote more than white people? Did he say that?
And that happened from the moment that Black people had an opportunity here in the District of Columbia. They learned in 1866 that if Black people were allowed, they would vote as a bloc, their interest. So Washington, D.C. is the first place in which I think 2 people were elected to represent the Black community in 1866 or 60, somewhere between 66 and 68. And the blacks also, within a few years, became more literate than whites and voted as a bloc and in greater numbers. It shocked the shit out of people during Reconstruction that in 2 years, black folks went from people that couldn't read and write, that were learning how to read and write and voting in a bloc, and it had to be stopped, which is why to this day, Washington, D.C. doesn't have true representation. Maybe they'll get it now because they've pushed out maybe half the black population. But when blacks were given a chance everywhere, they would vote as a bloc, they would vote in high numbers, they were easily mobilized. So what happened 100 years before Johnson was president, there was another President Johnson who allowed thousands of black people to be murdered. Andrew Johnson, who replaced Nixon in 1865, because he was assassinated on April 15th in 1865. So you had another racist senator who became president who fought against black people. And this is how you got Reconstruction and then Grant. But people need to understand that black people started moving. Everything that they say we can't do, we were doing it just with the chains falling off, almost barely able to do anything. And their response was to mass murder black people all over the country.
Bingo.
And when I say mass murder, I don't mean 10 or 12. I mean, they killed black people in the thousands between 1865 and 1870. They killed thousands and thousands and thousands. Easily, anywhere from 20 to 100,000 black people were murdered all over the country. And it just, who, what, right? And why do you say that number? Well, the Devil's Punch Bowl. They don't know how many people died in Mississippi. They don't know how many black folks died in the contraband camps. They don't know how many people were buried in the woods. They don't know. Black folks were killed by the thousands in Louisiana and in Mississippi, all over the country. And the laws that they had in particular was to prevent black people from getting guns. There was a massacre that took place in Louisiana, the Colfax case. This whole idea about people having guns and at the same time the gun laws being stretched against black people had something to do with black folks having militias to defend themselves, and folk wanted to make certain that they were guns. This gun thing is all about us. Even going back to the 1790s, when they created the first Fugitive Slave Acts and things like this, it's all about having guns to contain us.
Bingo. Stay right there, Brother Short. Stay right there. See, this is what the broadcast is about. And this is why I needed you to land. I needed you to give us that origin. I need you to give us that foundation to set it up so people don't understand. So people understand what we're talking about here. The motivations, disarming black folks, also the slow genocide, right? We are looking at a situation here, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I got to do this real quick. Let me salute to our brother Michael Warren in the building. Salute to this brother for checking in, always supporting us and helping us out with our programs here. Salute to brother Michael.
White woman. Kevin Samuels lives. White woman, brother Michael.
Indeed, indeed. To my sister Star, salute to our sister Star, always supporting us, always riding. Salute our sister. And also my brother Black Land. I think I saw brother Black Land came in. I didn't see you earlier, brother Black Land. Salute for and the young warrior, Black Land. Yeah, so again, that pivotal information that Brother Short shared with us to bring us up to speed of where we need to be, y'all. Q, listen, you in the building, Q, we gotta have a conversation about this.
I'm here, man.
Somebody is listen, folks are saying, oh, it's just conspiracy shit, they not trying to stop us from talking, it's freedom of speech. We can listen, let's have a conversation. We're gonna have to wake that shit. I'm gonna pull up what you sent me, but take it from the top right there, man, and then we'll go right into that two-way to support what brother Dr. Short was just
if you look at the way Dr. Short quarterbacked the situation, yes, and gave us a historical perspective on us and what we have always fought for in this country.
Right.
Those black people back then, and this is why when we hear people disrespect our elders or ancestors that really understood the fought for our liberation, they had a firm understanding of our Constitution.
Right.
They understood you should have guns, you should be able to protect yourself and your family and your community. So when you look back at what Dr. Shaw said and then you bring it up to today and realize how the strictest gun laws in this country are in predominantly black cities.
Come on.
You know, and when you look at the rhetoric that has always came out of the left, has always been taking those weapons. Those weapons from us. And, you know, we've discussed before where most people say, well, you know, I'm not giving up my gun. I'm not giving up my gun. Well, they can't attack two unless they attack one. If you look at the Patriot Act, if you look at the Patriot Act in totality, it's really unconstitutional.
Mm-hmm.
Because it attacks 1 and 2 at the same time. You know, let's let everybody just think about the First Amendment, what we know about the First Amendment. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution protects the following 5 freedoms. Freedom of religion. Congress cannot make laws that establish a religion or prohibits its free exercise. Freedom of speech. People cannot be held liable for truthful or honest statements about a person or topic. Freedom of the press. People can express themselves through publication and dissemination. Freedom of assembly. People can peacefully gather together for social, economic, political, and religious purposes. Freedom to petition the government. People can petition the government for a redress of grievances. Just think about those 5 aspects of the First Amendment.
Reparations.
And some of the rhetoric that we've been hearing, and it's not just this year of the election. When Kamala Harris was the senator, Brother Juan has put some stuff in the chat, as well as myself, when Kamala Harris was a senator, she was making rhetoric then about the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. Then you think about the acquisition of Elon Musk buying Twitter from Jack. It wasn't the hate speech that they, or what they consider hate speech, that they had a problem with. It was free speech on Twitter that they had a problem with. And this is why they, even before Elon Musk decided to throw his endorsement behind a political candidate like he did this year, they were basically trying to get Elon Musk up under the cuff, like they had Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg basically destroyed his platform by censorship. This very platform that we're on is under all types of censorship by the left. The left has came out, and this is even when you look at former President Trump, when he first started the phrase fake news, he knew that the press and media was being compromised, which is a violation of our constitutional right. So we need to really look at what's going on. Hopefully we had this discussion. I don't want to dog the speech, but we put some things in the chat. Chef C, I know got some stuff, and we're going to have this discussion, and there's no need for nobody to feel like, you know, they don't want to discuss this, because it's going to affect you, because we're on these platforms and we co-sign. And I want to make it perfectly clear. I got the same clip, Chef C, but I want to make it perfectly clear to everyone in here. When you co-sign censorship for someone you don't like or don't agree with, that same cosign is going to come back to you.
It has to.
And and with that being said, let's play this clip, gentlemen. So it's not. I mean, again, some of y'all been riding with us. Y'all might have seen this clip already, but let's really bring it home now, okay? Let's really be clear right now. Harris, diabolical heifer,
and will put the Department of Justice of the United States back in the business of justice. We will double the Civil Rights Division and direct law enforcement to counter this extremism. We will hold social media platforms accountable for the hate infiltrating their platforms because they have a responsibility to help fight against this threat to our democracy. And if you profit off of hate, if you act as a megaphone for misinformation or cyber warfare, if you don't police your platforms, we are going to hold you accountable.
What? Hold on.
As a community.
LBJ's blessing.
And let me say,
come on.
I know they got a lot to say about this as well. And it goes back to what Brother Nico just pointed out and what she said. Why is pertinent to this conversation? This word democracy is getting thrown around too much. We are a constitutional republic.
Come on.
A constitutional republic. If you ever hear attorneys in litigation, if you ever read SCOTUS, dissenting opinion, whether they affirm, denied, let me give you guys the wording that I learned when I was in school. What you always hear these people say, jurists say, is they will say the way that our forefathers interpreted the Constitution. The Constitution is the backbone to this country.
Right.
This is not a country based on democracy. They keep throwing this word out because they're trying to scare people. And in all actuality, they're the same ones that's trying to destroy our constitutional republic. So we need to understand that. So that's how I just wanted to bring that up, Chef C. And she just said this recently when she was meeting with the National Coon Association.
Right. Let's get into this, y'all. Salute to the 160 plus in the building with us right now. Again, we gave y'all a very thorough foundation just now. Very thorough, so you can kind of track the frame of the very condition with which we're in now. We're talking about 50, 60 plus years ago, right? You're looking at decades of treason stacked. They had to build this machine. They had to build it, ladies and gentlemen, before they get to this first point, right? LBJ, and then his people prior. Shout out to Brother Dr. Short. We talking about 1940s, late 1940s. They was running this putting this play together. Family. So I that's what I'm saying to y'all. Like, listen, this didn't just happen overnight. And while they still pretend as if they're giving you something, quote unquote, in quotations, right? The first black this, the first black that. Have y'all ever noticed that in every Democratic administration, they roll out a first black something for y'all? Y'all not peeping that? Listen, Obama was supposed to be your first black president. They gave him 8 years, 2 terms. Then they decided that, hey, let's spin the block. We got to get these niggas something else. The ski weed. Even though she said, I'm Hindu. I'm Indian. Okay? They gave you a ski-wee and niggas is clapping. Right? And then also they say, you know what, listen, to make it make sense for y'all, we got to give you a 2-for-1 here. Since we can't make her president, we're going to give you your first black, quote unquote, Supreme Court judge in Ketanji Jackson. Right? So now you got 2 ski-wees for 1. Ladies and gentlemen, LBJ's blessing for Negroes. This is a blessing for some of these niggas, because now niggas is coming up to Chef C and the brothers and our sisters that's on the right type of time and saying, you know what, I want to be just like her. Or like him. I could be the first president now. LBJ said, we got to give these uppity Negroes something, and we'll have them voting for us for the next 200 fucking years. That's how you set a play up. That's how you set a play up. Let me go to you, Brother Bay. What's happening, man?
Man, I got my hand raised like Horseshack over here. You too young to remember Horseshack, but I'm here. Oh. But Brother Nico said something that struck me way back. What did he say? He said, first they erase the culture, then they erase the people. And bro, this is math right here. That's geometry and the proofs, the logic, right? Because you heard her say that when we chase these people down, we're gonna hold the entire community responsible. Bingo. I heard her say that.
Come on.
Did y'all must have missed that, because I heard her say that shit. She said, yeah, spin it back.
Let me spin that back for everybody. You know, because you know, let's, in the words of Kamala Harris, let's really be clear.
Yeah.
Let's really be clear about that.
Watch this.
Threat to our democracy. And if you profit off of hate, if you act as a megaphone for misinformation or cyber warfare, if you don't police your platforms, we are going to hold you accountable as a community.
Boom.
And
come on.
Boom.
Come on, brother. Come on.
Okay. So here's the thing, right? Now, this is the first time I have ever heard that LBJ clip where he said that we vote more than white people. I didn't fucking know that. I didn't know that. I'm learning today. It's a new wrinkle in my brain, because we all know that we vote as a block. We've known that. But to say that we vote more than them, this is where our voting power resides. And so if we vote the couch or if we move parties, that's how strong we are. And voting is nothing. Voting indicates that we stand shoulder to shoulder in whatever the fuck we do. And that's why we're so dangerous. So I'm going to shameless plug here. When we can socially organize and have the information at our fingertips of what the latest move is, where the latest move is, where we going, where we need to be, where we need to line up, and where we need to aim. Yo, like, this is why you need to fuck with Vader. So I got to dip on that. But man, I'm hearing some powerful shit tonight, because you just heard her say she's going to use that she's going to erode that First Amendment so that she can erode that Second Amendment and hold us accountable as a community. Okay. You heard her.
That's a fact. Salute to my brother Vader, man. Listen, this is why I gotta back the brothers up. When Q sent me this and he said, listen, let's have a conversation here. Your ability to speech, freedom of speech. Shout out to brother Q. He broke the whole shit down. We're seeing what that First Amendment is. And listen, these folks are standing 10 toes down for those who need that kind of talk. This is standing on business for those who need that kind of talk.
Hey, Chef C.
Yeah.
I even want people to realize what happened, and we know that Dr. Short had gave me some great advice in reference to Gaza. He basically had told me, just sit back and watch, and it's been almost a year since he told me that, because we know October 6th will be the anniversary of this genocide. But if you look at the protesters, right? And I do think that the right is a little complicit with this as well. What are they calling the protesters? They're not calling them protesters. The protesters, when you look at that First Amendment, are exercising their constitutional right. But the protesters have been getting locked up. They've been basically calling protesters criminals. And this is the infringement. This is the quiet infringement. Like Brother Vader said, sometimes we need to really, really listen to this codified wording that they're using.
Right.
Because this codified wording that they're using, coupled with this Patriot Act, man. And I don't know if people really remember when that Patriot Act, the way the Patriot Act is designed, each year it has to be ratified. No president has not ratified the Patriot Act. And what they're going to do, if you think about what SCOTUS did with the Trump verdict, and the left made it seem like, well, if he become the president, he'll have carte blanche.
Right.
No. If the left wins and this agenda goes through, they will basically have carte blanche. And Brother Juan put it in the chat, you guys. What makes this a constitutional republic is the separation of power. If that separation of power is not there or infringed upon, we got problems. Because SCOTUS is separate from the executive branch. We need to understand those branches. I mean, this is basic stuff that we all learned, and I know that it may seem complicated, and you'll be surprised because this imbecile on the screen is a lawyer. So she knows what she's doing.
That's a clue bomb right there.
Yeah. That's a definite.
She knows what she's doing. But we need to be mindful. The executive branch, no matter what, can never mess with that legislative branch and that judicial branch. There's three separate entities. But with the Patriot Act and the rhetoric that's going on, with this infringement upon these constitutional rights, we need to be very, very careful. This is a slippery slope, and I believe they're coming. This is my personal opinion. And we thought it was two, right. But you can't take two unless you take one.
Well, gentlemen, we also need to touch on, and I'm gonna go. I want to go to the panel real quick, and then we're gonna get into this Second Amendment portion too. We did a broadcast, gentlemen. And I'm gonna have to attach that broadcast to this. We talked about the 10 stages of genocide. Okay, we thoroughly went over that for y'all. And again, I just think that collectively, unfortunately, Black America's still just like deer in the headlights. We laid it down to where ultimately we talk about how the media is ultimately weaponized against our folks. We talked about, the systems that are in place. We talked about everything that is literally putting us in a genocidal state. And when it actually happens, guess what? Those others that you think your friends, they're not going to give a fuck. There will not be any rebellion in honor of our extermination, just to be very clear. There's not going to be a whole bunch of uproar honoraries, migrants that some folks is out here caping for. See, because LBJ set the play up so lovely, said, listen, let's give these Negroes, we're going to have to give these niggas something. Okay? So that's what, see, this is what I'm learning about the Democratic Party. They'll give you something because even in your ask, unfortunately, our ask for the most part has been too general. It hasn't been enough specificity. All right, how that looks. So they say, okay, a lot of folks is like, I want to see more people that look like me. Where the black folk at? Here you go. And guess what? Even in this guerrilla propaganda that they're using right now, this is old like real estate propaganda and marketing. You say it enough to people, they're gonna ultimately wind up remembering, right? So this Kamala's black, Kamala's black, Kamala's black. Even though she doesn't necessarily own it, there's other people who are barraging us and ambushing us with the talking point that she's black. Listen, it's not an accident, family. It's not an accident that it's going down that way. And for her to save face with the people who fund her, she gets to still stand on Indian while everybody else are the propaganda mercenaries on her behalf. These are propaganda mercenaries, family. Anybody that you see, for the most part, especially a D.L. Hughley, for example, or any of these other, Charlemagne the Fraud, right? These are propaganda mercenaries, big mics, because there's still a bunch of people who validate them because they've gotten a nod from their daddies. Salute to the 170 plus in here. Okay? I don't think Black America can detach itself from the programming of this propaganda machine. If the nod itself is coming from what is considered to be a big media machine, Black folks want to go to it. Even in these quote unquote conscious community spaces, if a nigga ain't on CNN or a big podcast that got over 200 something followers, subscribers, you don't get their head nod as being a nigga that's on some right type of shit, or the sister that's on the right type of time, because you ain't going to big platforms enough. So they're still working us like fools. LBJ is still popping up in different ways against us. So when I listen, for me, it's like, listen, these Negroes is ready to get the fuck out the way. You want Twiz is in the building, brother Juan. I know what brother Juan. I know you not saving these Negroes. I know you said it's carcasses that you got to walk with. You have a lot of carcasses that you're going to be walking over. And that's this is the unfortunate native. Salute to the 180 in here. Brother Juan, what say you, sir? I mean, she just told you, yeah, I'm going to punish anybody that's talking like this. Who you think you're talking to? Let's be very clear. You talk about walking over carcasses, Brother Juan. Yeah.
So watch this. I believe everything that Kamala Harris says. Literally.
Come on.
Kamala Harris, I've said it once, I've said it twice, I've said it 3 times. She's dangerous. I've said before, I see myself in her. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I see myself. Mm-hmm. Because when you aspire to be the president of the United States, that means you're talking about, I want to protect, I want to speak for 340 million people. You're not just being the president. You are the executive, the CEO of 340 million people, right? And not just that, that your words affect billions of people globally. And you're willing to do what? Whatever it takes to manage or to destroy this country. I believe Kalama. I believe her. I'm a gunman. I'm a retired police officer. I'm a firearms instructor. I teach self-defense. Okay? I believe every word she says. Every word. When she says, I'm not just going to do stuff for black folks, I believe that. When she says, I'm going to confiscate the guns, I believe that. When she says, I'm going to implement, deputize the law enforcement community to go to your house to check on your guns, I believe that. When she says we're going to limit freedom of speech, I believe that. This is why I say to you, if you're listening to me, you need to be liking it, sharing it, and subscribing to these channels. Okay? When she says that she's going to hold the community accountable for inappropriate or out of order communications, I believe that. When I tell you that the First Amendment and the Second Amendment or the Constitution of this United States, it is not a suggestion. It's the right of the people. And I know that her and there's many like her who hate the Constitution, who wants to get rid of the Constitution, who would rather be controlled by the WHO. The WHO. The
Brother
world.
Juan.
Yeah.
Speak on just how immigrants like herself, just they have no history of understanding and respecting the Constitution.
Hold on, gentlemen. I want Juan to finish that portion of that cook and then go to the immigrants, because the man said the WHO. Y'all know who the WHO is? Give him who the WHO really is.
The World Health Organization, the United Nations. I don't think people realize just how special America is. There's no country in the world like America. There's no constitution in the world like America. That First Amendment, what I said, it is not a suggestion. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, freedom to be able to come together, assembly, and freedom to petition your government against grievances. You don't have that in other countries, family. In that Second Amendment, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of this free state. The right to bear arms of the people shall not be infringed. I can't imagine number one without number two. If you take number one, you take number two. You take number two, you take number one. And this woman and many in the government, I'm talking about Manchurian candidates, Manchurians, they want to undo this Constitution. They don't have the same blood in the soil, man. The reason why our energy is different because we come from a whole different blood in the soil. She don't have no blood in the soil, man. She don't.
Come on.
And her people don't have it. We really need to be serious about this whole First Amendment piece, this whole Second Amendment piece. I believe every word she says. And I believe the fix is in. I believe they're going to declare her as the winner, and you're going to see some smoke. You watch.
Well, I mean, again, brother, man, real quick, let me salute my brother, Next Level, who just checked into the building. Salute to our brother, Next Level, in the building. Real quick, I got to salute my brother, Kev, for hitting the Cash App, always coming through and supporting. Salute to Kev. Salute to Kev for always supporting us, man. I appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, definitely feel free to contribute to where we're actually going to open the kitchen up, but we're going to touch on this Second Amendment portion. I want to go into that pretty thoroughly, ladies and gentlemen, but I think it is necessary that we do remind y'all, okay? Let me play this clip one more time. Actually, I'm not going to play that clip. Your girl Kamala Harris said, listen, if we do a good job of giving out vaccinations, right, reducing the population, more of your kids can drink and breathe clean air, right? She also mentioned something about pregnancy protections or advancements. While she has the vasectomy mobile outside the DNC convention, ladies and gentlemen, while they implemented these vaccines and made them mandatory. Okay? Listen, these folks ain't playing with us. She's literally, she told us what they was going to do then. They did it. Mm-hmm. Right? They talk about clean energy and shit, electric vehicles. Okay, they got these electric vehicles out here. Some of these electric vehicles are malfunctioning and driving niggas into the wall and blowing the hell up. Kamala not playing with nobody. She is a mercenary. Shout out to LBJ. Shout out to LBJ, because niggas get the Casper slide. Niggas get the, LBJ, you was right, my guy. LBJ, you was right, my boy. You did it. You ran the play. What was your Jay-Z say? This is we moved past this. I got, I'm gonna make a chess move. What Jay-Z? The chess move. Niggas is talking about this ain't checkers. This is chess. Huh? But again, ladies and gentlemen, we just gotta understand, folks don't mind being a nigga that's out here sliding and still doing a whole bunch of hey girl and all of that nigga shit. Okay? All of that. High nigga, fly nigga stuff. Folks don't mind doing it. This is what we still are till this day. Okay? Listen, man, I'm not, I'm trying not to go again.
Hey, Chef C.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask the chat a question.
Yes.
Does the chat think that we are off base? Let us know if y'all think we're off base, because we're trying to present this to ourselves and you guys in the chat like we're having a big discussion. And if you think we're off base with our assessment of this, let us know. If you agree with us, let us know. But we need everybody to understand what's going on from, our perspective. If you disagree with us, please tell us why you disagree with us. Maybe we're looking at it too much. I don't think we are. The rhetoric is there. You even see it. And Chef C made me think about it when he brought up having these mobile.
I'm John Legend. I'm John Legend.
Mobile murdering spots, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Legend.
A lot of people refer
and I was
Planned
born
Parenthood
as
and Margaret Singer.
Stephen
It's bigger than that. Sir Francis Galton was the father of eugenics. Like, if you look at his history and what's going on with food, population control, and all types of things, we will understand that this quote-unquote master plan has been going on for a long time, and we're being replaced. So we got a lot more to present. Just let us know in the chat if y'all agree, disagree, why y'all disagree. If you agree, please educate yourselves, your family, and let them know what's going on, because this is our survival at stake.
Well, let me say,
I'm gonna scare you.
No, listen. The freedom of speech thing works another way, because again, shout out to our brother Randy Short for laying the foundation of tonight's conversation. This is why I needed him to go into that bag, okay? That historian bag for us, because again, with the taking the special little token Negroes and giving them positions over us, wealth and things you're constantly aspiring to be like, and so on and so forth. But I just want to ask the family a question before we continue. Who the fuck?
Hello, everyone. My name is.
Who the hell asked John Legend sweet and low ass? This little sweet nigga here. Why does John Legend get to keep talking? Family, look at this sweet nigga here. No.
Chef C, be polite, man. You don't gotta go soft. You don't gotta
may have
go
heard of
hard on
Springfield,
soy.
Ohio this week.
Let John
In
Legend
fact, if you watch the debate, we were discussed by our presidential candidates, including a very special, interesting man named Donald. Now,
let me pause this nigga.
Springfield has had a large influx.
I'm gonna need John Legend to come out the closet already. John Legend, you got the green light, my nigga. What's that nigga song? Give me the green light. John Legend, you got the green light, nigga, to come out the closet. I'm tired of your little.
I didn't know you could hit them notes, brother Chef.
I'm tired of this Fruity Pebble nigga here. I'm tired of this nigga here. Okay? Why? Listen, this same propaganda machine keeps going to John Legend and his freaky down closet pedo wife to try to speak on issues that's going on in our community. Nigga, you got a mansion and all that. You disconnected, my boy. You disconnected. This is why I'm like, yo, who keep...
I'm John Legend.
I'm Chrissy Teigen.
Welcome to...
He telling the folks out in Ohio to leave the immigrants alone. Nigga, you sitting good and fly with your little weird wife, who I think eat babies. Okay? I'm just kidding. Listen, fuck it. The platform ain't monetized already. Fuck you. I think your wife, your shorty is doing some wild shit with kids. And you probably in on it too, because you're a weirdo. Okay? But they keep going to this cat, and he's got the nerve to think that he gets to speak on what's happening in Ohio. No, bro, you long disconnected, my guy.
I may have to push back on you.
Okay, yeah. There we go. Come on. Yeah.
This is the beauty of the First Amendment.
Okay.
Allowed you to say what the hell you want to say. Now,
yes,
that doesn't mean it's not consequences for what you got to say. A lot of people don't understand that the First Amendment is a two-edged sword.
Okay.
It's a two-edged sword. Do I want to hear John Legend? No. Or his wife? No. But because of the First Amendment, he can put out this bull propaganda trash. Okay?
That's a fact.
That's the trickiness with the First Amendment, because again, you can say what you want. And in our community, we haven't dealt with the traitors. We haven't dealt with those who speaking untruths. There hasn't been no penalty for their traitorous behavior. Okay, but again, he's only doing what the First Amendment allows. That's all he's doing. As moist as he is, he's only speaking that freedom of speech. And I'll land right there.
Well, let me say this real quick before we keep going. And I'm gonna go to Twiz, and then I'm gonna go to my brother Vader. Listen, I got nothing against these sweet and lows. Okay, if that's what you do what you do. What I got a problem with the most is the down low nigga. I despise you Fruity Pebble motherfuckers, because you're out here lying like you're a heterosexual male and you're not. I don't like a closet Fruity Pebble hoe. If you're gonna be down on that bust down type of time, Do it on your time, stand 10 toes. I stand him, John Legend has. John Legend, I can't stand this nigga. Yeah. Brother Dr. Randy Short is back in the building. We are talking about the First Amendment, now going into the Second Amendment, ladies and gentlemen. And again, these paid for Negroes. Everything about John Legend shows and reflects what would be considered a token Negro. He looks like it. The soft-spoken, the scary, the weird wife. Token.
But Doc, but watch this. I think again, like Malcolm said, comedians, entertainers should have never been our spokespeople. We gave these folks the platform. We allowed them to be our spokespersons. And they've been doing this like for the last 20 years, if not longer.
No,
comedians.
The last 50 years.
Right.
50 years.
So what we're doing right now, we're just taking it back. John Legend would walk across the street if he saw me in real life.
That's a fact. Give him the green
light. No, he could cross the street in a zipper. So it text.
Shout out to I'm ready to go right now.
Right, he ready, right, ready to go right now. God damn it! So, gentlemen. I mean, listen, Twiz, you in the building, sir? This your boy. I listen. Is this your man's right here, Twiz? I know you're a West Coast bully and everything.
He's
Twiz,
not from the West Coast. He's not from the West Coast, John Legend.
No. Twiz came off the mic and was like, "Chef, don't go at the young boy like that." Pause. Twiz, is you in the building, man? Did they zap you up over there? Pause. Okay, yeah, Twiz done got zapped for a second.
Nico said there's a difference between free speech and paid speech. I would disagree.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
But wait a minute. I have a problem with freak speech. Okay. Yeah. Freak speech masquerading as free speech. And he's doing freak speech. And, come on. In fact, let me just say this. I will never buy a John Legend record in my life, and I haven't, just off of how he fucked up Let's Go Crazy at the DNC. I didn't even know what the hell. I thought it was some Little Richard shit that had been updated. It was so poorly done. And I said, you can't even imitate Prince. So I don't know if he's sort of like a booty party favor of Clive Davis, who's shaped him.
Right.
And probably done more than that. Let's call it what it is. I don't give a damn.
Right.
I never understood it. He cannot sing. All right. I come from a family of halfway decent singers. He can't sing. He really can't. He can play, but I mean, he's had one number one hit. How long has he been out here? 20 years? I mean, he is not great. When you think about how many number one records Lionel Richie, another piano player who doesn't sing that great, has a lisp. How many number one hits did Lionel Richie get between 1982 and 92? In 10 years, he had quite a few, maybe about 7 or 8. John Legend has had only one number one pop record and his entire damn career. Remember, the Commodores had some number ones too. I think they had 2. I mean, so in a certain period of time, he hasn't even succeeded in masquerading to be a major pop musician. I mean, almost no top 10 records. How do you, in an age where there's cocaine and meth and all that to get you hits, you got Clive Davis, who allegedly was in the drug business before he came into the music business. It all goes hand in hand. You mean you can't get some radio airplay when you've got Clive Davis behind you? I mean, remember how quickly Whitney Houston racked up 7 number one records in a row? Now, she had a real talent. John Legend isn't even a chart buster. I mean, he is just there In fact, he did something 9 years ago to try to make himself a spokesperson when they had that movie called that movie on Selma, and they got the Oscar for the song "Glory," which I changed the words from "glory" to "orgy." I can't do it right now because I haven't done it in years, but I always like to change the words of songs. But John Legend, when he was at the mic next to In the Closet Common's too, yeah, I said it. When they were at the podium receiving that Oscar for doing that collaboration, and Common had on the skinny, tight ass suit and all, and said something about sexuality and civil rights, and he mixed the whole gay shit into the black shit. And John Legend said something about mass incarceration, and you should have seen. If you go back and you get the clip on YouTube, you'll see that Common literally wanted to run away from John Legend for saying anything too black to the Academy. Get the damn clip. Don't believe me. When you see John Legend's acceptance speech in February 2015, I'll never forget it. John Legend said something about black men being mass incarcerated, and Common looked at him as if he had snatched his condom off while they were doing something. I mean, you can. He's not with me, and they can say that. Easy. We're so starved for leadership because COINTELPRO, which is still in action today, proof of that is somebody like me can't go on Twitter and talk for 2 minutes before they cut me off. Trust me. They don't, and I'm just a little guy. There's a whole apparatus in place to prevent any kind, it says it, to not allow leadership. Not our leadership. Only leadership that they tolerate is that they make, whether it's this whore come swallow or Ofaga or people like this. I don't know what to do with them. Con Legend, because this shit. He's awful. He cannot sing. And none of these people, they keep making these people, they can't sing, they can't dance, they can't screw. They can't do anything right. They put these fuck up people, they put these George Floyd type people up because they can dismantle it. If it's something that we make, white folk can't destroy who Malcolm X is. Even though they put Mark Lamont Hill and Manning Marable to try to get you to believe that Malcolm X sucked dicks. Okay? That never worked. They had multiple books, all kinds of stuff. It didn't fly. With Michael Eric Dyson, all of them pushing this narrative that Malcolm X swung both ways. Even if it's true, which it is not, Malcolm X, because black people love Malcolm X, you can't destroy his image amongst us. But you can do it for Floyd George when it comes out that he's a pedophile, when it comes out he's a drug pusher, when you find out that he was swallowing drugs and shit when they choked his ass out, all kinds of stuff's going to come up. They build up these people so they can take them down. The same way you got that fat, greasy, jack-in-the-box nigga running for governor down in North Carolina. Doesn't he look like something that comes out of Jack-in-the-Box? In fact, I thought all the tall and fat stores had gone out of business. There must be one in North Carolina that he's going to. I mean, damn, he's got enough clothes and just one jacket to help all the naked kids in Africa. Then they find out he's calling himself a Black Klansman on white porn sites. These are the people that they want to be leaders for us. Embarrassing.
Well, check this out. Not only that, Brother Short. Let's bring your girl in here, Brother Dr. Short. Hold on. Let's bring your girl up real quick. Yeah. These are the people. These are the people.
Yeah, the Kennedys made this bitch.
Let me play this. Fair use, y'all. Fair use.
I do think that several members of Congress in some of my discussions have brought up media literacy because that is a part of what happened here. And we're going to have to figure out how we rein in our media environment so that you can't just spew disinformation and misinformation. It's one thing to have differing opinions, but it's another thing entirely to just say things that are false. And so that's something that we're looking into.
So I played that, ladies and gentlemen, just so we get a very clear understanding. This is another stomp down Democrat talking about shutting a bunch of you niggas up. Y'all talking too much. John Legend, stop talking so much about the immigrants over there in Ohio. Stop talking so much. Why don't y'all just, let it be what it's going to be? Kamala Harris, y'all talking too much. And watch what happens when I get in office. I'm going to sit all of you niggas down. You Dr. Short, you Juan J. Johnson, Brother Q from Let's Talk. You keep talking on the internet. Watch, I'm going to send some people after you. Then you got your little girl AOC coming back.
I don't think they understand there's reality out here that only God has all the power. These people are power drunk. And the reason I'm saying that is when people can't talk, people fight. They're making a major mistake. They're making a major mistake. Speaking and expression.
And check it out, though, Brother Short. When people can't talk, they fight. Hence, the very same lady who said she's going to punish people for talking is also trying to handicap them when they actually start to fight by trying to attack the Second Amendment, ladies and gentlemen.
It's never gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Look, nobody likes this broad in her own district. She's an invention of the Kennedys. She's there the same way Ilhan Omar isn't held up by the Somalis alone. She's held up by Marxist Jews. Okay, I'm just calling it like it is. You've got leftist, liberal, reform people and others who are behind these folks. These people aren't even their own strength. How does this girl go from supposedly being a bartender to Congress? It's a fiction. She came from a prominent family. She's not broke. You don't get into Congress. Look, I've tried to run for office. It's almost impossible to do anything without money in elections because it's so money driven. I mean, it's set up just the way that they get you if you run for office. The laws around campaign finance are set up to get any dissenting candidates into trouble over small things. I can just tell you honestly from experience, the software in DC for campaign finance was set up to run an error. Do you realize if you're 10 cents off, they can fine you $10,000, even though their system's flawed. It's your fault. Now, mind you, did that apply to every candidate? No. Anybody that wasn't, a butt boy or butt girl of the system, they would tyrannize over whatever resources they got. Meaning that you literally have to be in the system to be able to run in the system. You can't run outside. If you look at what's happening with Jill Stein, Conman West, and even Robert Kennedy Jr., if you're not part of their system, they basically don't let you participate. They'll find something to do to tell you no. That's the way it works. So, but understand, the fighting is already happening. The Hells Angels are up in Aurora. The Black American and Mexican gangs in Chicago are converging to fight these new people. You're going to see armed resistance to this invasion from the illegals and other things. And people now know if the police won't come, when a person from another country that's a criminal is kicking in your door, if they try to rape you or squat in your house, you can't get any help. what option do you have to protect your own life other than to have a weapon?
Doc, watch this.
If they think that they could just come in and say, we won't help you, and we're going to dump thousands of military-aged people in your community and fuck you, watch. If you don't think that, in fact, these new gangs have a rule that they shoot police. What's really terrible is there is a cultural awakening among Black Americans in particular. When you watch these other people beat up and fight police and get away with it, how long before other people start saying, hey, we could do that too? One of the reasons that Black people are the victims of some of what happens, and I'm not trying to encourage lawlessness, but when you have rogue racist cops that just target people like the man that shot Sonia Massey, one of the reasons he did that is because there's no history typically of Black folks dealing with people who hurt us. We tend to absorb the loss and keep moving. But you've got a new zeitgeist among some of these younger crazy people who don't care if they live or die. What do you do when you confront them and they say, hell, I don't mind dying as long as I can take a shot at you?
Doc,
I'm just saying.
This is why I said on numerous broadcasts, and I keep saying it over and over again, you don't have enough police officers. From Maine to California, I'll give you 1 million police officers. I will give you 1 million police officers from Maine to California, with the biggest numbers in your metropolises, like New York, like LA, like Florida, the bigger population.
Chicago.
It's 340 million Americans. It's only 1 million police officers. You don't have enough police officers. That's why I keep trying to tell people, you have to arm yourself. You got to be able to defend yourselves, your family, your friends, your community, your city. A well-regulated militia. A militia is not the Army. It's not the Navy. It's not the Air Force. It's not the Marines. It's not the police department. It's not the Coast Guard or the National Guard. The militia means the people. Militia is people. Okay? We don't have enough police officers.
Well, let me play this, gentlemen. Let me play this just so we drive it home, because again, this broadcast is about the attack on the First and Second Amendment. We got the origin stories, the pillar, the foundation of where a lot of this has come from. And you got to put some respect, quote unquote, respect on LBJ. You know, Brother Dr. Short gave you the history of how the play was set up. Steps were taken over the decades, ladies and gentlemen, to get us to this particular point. This don't happen over years. We're talking about decades upon decades of calculated, sticking to the plan. Honestly, very consistent in getting us to this stage. So let's go ahead. And now they said, listen, again, we're gonna give you what you asked for. But guess what? She or he, right? Or he is going to be your Grim Reaper, Black America. They're going to be your Grim Reaper. Okay? You want your first black everything? All right. We're going to give you the color you want. And they're going to put the nail in the coffin of you niggas. Fair use.
Adding to your gun control agenda? Yeah, I think it's a great idea. But I mean, listen, I don't think we lack for great ideas. As I've said many times, we've been having great ideas for decades. The problem is that Congress has not had the courage to act. And that is why, from the beginning, I have said, my agenda includes attempting to get Congress to act, but if they don't within the first 100 days of my administration, I'm going to take executive action. Because what we need is action. Adding to your gun control agenda?
Take executive action on getting your guns, ladies and gentlemen. She ain't playing with y'all.
And your First Amendment.
And your First Amendment. You're going to get shut up and either you gonna get down or you gonna lay down.
Doc, watch this. This is why it's a very unfortunate reality. This is why I don't listen to the people, the masses. The masses don't know what they want. They don't know what's good for them. Our masses are always voting against our better interest.
Come on.
I can't trust them. I stopped trusting the masses when they got that shot.
Right. Fuck out of here.
Okay.
Right. Come on.
Let me keep it 100. I didn't get the shot.
I trust the science.
Trust it. Right. Come on. Come
Okay.
on with it. God damn it.
So
my body, my choice.
You can't trust them now.
Let's have that conversation.
But I'll say this.
Well, they trust the science, but they don't trust biology and simple like genetics and stuff like that either.
If they vote her in, you deserve what you get. You deserve everything you get. If you're so headstrong on your first black or first Asian Pacific or first female, and she destroys this country, you deserve it. Okay?
Come on.
It's like the ones who was
the one
that you're killing me because you're not getting your shot, that you're killing my family.
Hey, Brother Juan.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. When she gave that conversation with the news and she said a mandatory buyback program, what did you say?
I said bullshit. Great.
A mandatory buyback program. What the hell is that?
For $500, I got guns cost more than $500.
Come on now.
We'll give you $500 for your guns. Maybe my burner.
Right. Listen. Guns don't depreciate in value unless they stop working.
Right? I was just going to say that.
How, Brother Juan, guns don't depreciate in value unless they stop working. Can we be honest about that, sir? I mean, because, listen, give me something that's 50 years old, but if it's still busting, the value ain't go nowhere.
But, bro, like, I mean, real talk. A gun is the cheapest thing that you can buy that appreciates in value. Prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Come on. I mean, listen, gentlemen, this is part of the conversation that I wanted to have. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we got the Negro and Brother Coach Sharpton in the building. Let's have a conversation. 200 plus in the building as well. Okay. Brother Coke, sir, are you up to speed, Brother Coke?
Hey, greetings to the cooks. Can I be heard?
Indeed.
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Yeah, salute to the cooks in the kitchen. I'm gonna keep this one short. Salute to bull nuts. Old bull nuts is what they used to call them, aka Lyndon Baines Johnson. They used to call that motherfucker bull nuts because he was the only president that used to walk around the White House stark butt ass naked. Now, I didn't say that he was the only president that was naked in the White House, but he was the only president that walked around into meetings with his bull nuts hanging out. So salute the bull nuts on this podcast, the piece of shit that he is. Let's get these burners going.
Yes, indeed. Salute the Coke in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Pause. Salute the Brother Coke Sharpton in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Brother Negro, are you in the building, sir? You now listen. I've been saying this.
I'm charged with my little Negro now.
Hold on, Brother Negro. I just want everybody to give a moment of silence. Well, actually, can we send some prayers to the Negro because he's in by his backyard? Okay. And this young sir here, this young man is under constant bootleg Sambo Negro fire over there. Okay. Lyndon B's spawn, the spawn of Lyndon B's surround you, my Negro. You are surrounded by the spawn of Lyndon B. Johnson. How does a Negro keep his head up out there in Biden's backyard, brother Negro? You got the floor, sir.
Man, you just gotta learn how to fight and live for another day. And also, you gotta take some words of brother Lone Wolf. You're gonna have to step over some carcasses on the way. It just gotta go down like that. Unfortunately, but that's just the way it is. So I'm glad that I was able to take a little Negro nap. My battery's charged, so I'm here to see what was popping up and what was going on.
Are you up to speed, Negro? Are you up to
I'm a
speed?
little bit, yeah. I'm a little bit up to speed, so I'll chop in a little while, but I'm slowly catching up.
Absolutely. We're gonna be opening the kitchen shortly, but I wanted to just go through this, ladies and gentlemen, and just make sure that we.
Hey, Chef C.
Yes, sir.
I know. A segment ago, the brothers was talking about John Legend, how he's a useful idiot. You know we like to break news on Pat Talk, right?
Okay. Let's go there, huh?
You know when I seen Coke Sharpton jump on the scene, I thought he was gonna come in here with the will kick and let us know that his buddy Eric Abrams got indicted.
I missed that one. I thought you was going to hit him with the Chrissy Teigen sirloin. Tell us about it.
So wait a minute. He got caught at the Diddy party.
How could Coke Sharpton get on the scene and not tell us about his New York buddy?
Listen, I'm gonna need somebody to drop that link. I'm gonna need somebody to drop the link.
I'm offended, Chef C, that Coke Sharpton didn't say nothing to nobody.
Yeah. I'm slipping. You know, I was in the chair getting my permanent taken care of, and I slipped.
Give him some lashes, Chef C.
Yeah. Let's get a nigga a shot. Get you out of here. Let's lay that perm down. Get him out of here. Okay, you understand?
I'm disappointed with you, Coke Shop.
Yeah.
I'm here talking about balls and bulls.
Oh, balls, right?
It's not indictments. I'm not indictments, but you're talking about balls and bulls. You got to redeem yourself. See?
Yeah. Rebuke that. Rebuke all of that demon out of the coke that was. Yeah. Rebuke.
Hey, players funk up too.
Listen, man. Listen. So but listen, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the attack on the First and Second Amendment. They have given you exactly what you wanted. They are playing Lyndon B's formula. They're using this young man's formula to the T. All right, to the T. You know, first black this, first black that. First black, in the case of your boy Lyndon B, is the curse. The first is the curse, ladies and gentlemen. But for some of the scared to death, hold on.
Scared to death Negroes.
This is a blessing. To them folks, this is a blessing. This is a blessing. You got all the figurative bullshit that you need to make you feel good about going to your grave. You dummy. You dumb fuck. Kamala is your first female VP is going to be the one to sing you there. First class. Like she flying those illegal immigrants over here. Like she flying them over here. You gonna take
what? Again, I've said it before and I say it again. I believe a lot of us have a fascination with death.
Come on.
Black America has been practicing Black group economic suicide for decades.
Black group
Stop.
economic suicide.
Stop. They're not ready for this. Stop.
They're not. And so now our voices, I mean, we're actually in like an infant stage because for decades we've been quiet. Our mothers, our grandmothers, grandfathers, uncles, aunts, they've been quiet. This is relatively new, man, that we're speaking out. This is very new that the younger generation is saying we don't want to go the direction that our mothers and our fathers and our grandfathers and grandmothers went. They was quiet too long. This is revolutionary. What we're doing, what we're saying. Just having this discussion is revolutionary because again, most people don't want to have the gun conversation, and most folks don't even think about the First Amendment.
Come on.
Okay.
Because we've co-signed censorship. For lack of better words, let's look at what most people call these hate groups.
Mm-hmm.
Pride Boys, KKK, so forth and so on. They're protected by our Constitution.
Yes, they are.
And we've gotten to a point where we feel like they don't have a voice because we align ourselves with politicians who feel like they shouldn't have a voice, but they're protected under the Constitution.
I'll say this, Brother Q. I think it's even deeper than that. I think that this, because of our assimilation, see, we become like interchangeable parts in the system that still hate us.
Come on.
And we haven't clearly defined who our friends are and who our enemies are.
Let's make it plain, man. Let's make it fucking
When I think
plain.
about the Democrats and Republicans, I also say they're on the same page when it comes down to us.
Right.
Just by them giving the others resources and telling us we want you to be loyal, but you can't get no resources.
No resources, but all the loyalty. Give me that.
I mean, demand the loyalty, and
run me that loyalty.
You don't see a big outcry from the dominant culture about the resources they're giving to others and not us. So look, I can admit it. We have a little form of schizophrenia going on with us.
All right, let's go there.
You know, we know that they don't like us, but we're Americans. We know that they're giving other resources and we're being denied, but we're still Americans. But we also know we're being taken advantage of. It's a schizophrenia. It's schizophrenia.
Can I say something to y'all real fast?
Go ahead,
sir.
Yes, Did you guys hear? Mayor Adams has been indicted.
Yes, indeed, sir. We are up to speed, sir. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I was just looking into that. It's beautiful. You know, I knew that he wasn't worth a goddamn. When you look like a child safety sticker, you don't have a face for politics, okay? Just, I've always been against his ass, okay? Y'all remember the commercial, Mr. Yuck is mean, Mr. Yuck is green? Well, now Mr. Yuck is black. I guess you can have a black president, you can have a black Mr. Yuck. I mean, if you put his ass on all the kitchen supplies, no baby would dare drink it.
Well, but Brother Dr. Short, you know, Christmas is coming early, sir.
Well, we need to see that faggot-ass mayor in Chicago come down and the stud in D.C. too. All of these bootlicks who filled the city with these criminals, with these grifter illegals, the people need to rise up against them. And by the way, because Eric Adams is such a piece of shit, I'm hoping he's not in our lineage, so we'll have another reason to dislike him. That if
with Negro, you in the building, Negro.
Eric Adams, he may turn New York red. The same way Johnson may turn Illinois red. You might, this is the reason these people are upset. And he thought that he had enough power to take money under the table from Asians and everybody. As long as he screwed black people, there's no longer social contract between the white power and the boule traders. Now they're disposing of those folks like toilet paper that's been soiled. They actually think nobody keeps toilet paper after they wipe their ass. What's it going to do? Put it up on the wall and frame it? You flush it. He was used. He was used to destroy our community. It's the same way that Johnson's got a crooked ass head of the Chicago public school system. Right? I guess they're going to start singing Guantanamera instead of God Bless America in the schools with that dude who won't resign. These coon black Democrats that have helped destroy black communities for the illegals have even angered the white masses. Now you got white and black folk working together. I mean, this shit hasn't happened since Bacon's Rebellion in 1676. They've made people so mad you got Negroes walking around in the ghetto with Trump hats on. That's how scary this shit is. They got to get rid of these clowns. They've got to get rid of the clowns that have made black folks wake up. He's so evil. He's so ugly. He's so stupid and nasty. And why does he have earrings on? Looking like a homoerotic, Afrocentric Mr. Clean. Nobody likes him. Nobody.
Well, I tell you what, this is great. This is fucking great. I look forward to more people, being unearthed per se.
He probably put Diddy party at a good time
Absolutely. Too. Didn't he give Diddy the key to the city?
Well, because Diddy probably put a key in.
Cool. Yeah, he definitely gave Diddy the key to the city.
Key to the city. This nasty, vile ass man.
Well, we got to keep in mind that Mr. Clean over there is not from the lineage. He is Jamaican.
It's not from the, we can call him Mr. Queen instead of Mr. Clean because he's a dirty little fucker.
Boy clean. Bati boy clean. Bati boy clean.
Okay,
Fassiman.
Well, so he's not from the lineage. There you go.
No, he's Jamaican. He is a Caribbean immigrant. See, we got to bring back the first generation, the second. We need to bring back the first, the second, the third generation of immigration because these guys are starting to feel too comfortable. Like they've been here for 8 or 9, 10, 15 generations. We need to know the generation where you at in your family tree on this American soil before you go around advocating for us.
Hold on. You talking about this? Look on that screen.
Hey, she's a second gen. She might be a second generation immigrant at best, but I'd rather knock her down to one just for good measures.
Yeah. This is the same granny. This is the same granny that was in her book. But Granny died before Kamala even. So where is this picture coming from?
Because that's not her grandmother.
Come on, let's go there, Cole. Come on now, come on. Let's have a conversation. See, I
had to tap in with Brother Negro out and buying bushes. I had to send one of them penguins out there to tap Negro on the shoulder, and I took that Negro energy, and Black America been walking down this lineage here.
Okay.
Turn to find out they do have a lineage. I believe it's a Jamaica Journal. I have to break it down, but her father is interviewed. I believe it was sometime in 2019. That woman you're staring at right there, and I gotta admit I was wrong. I thought that was a servant that had came across the table. That is actually her great grandmother, right? And thing is, she's half Irish. That's her great grandmother, but people are pinning that as her grandmother that did die in 1960, I believe. However, the great grandmother died in the 80s.
Come on.
So that's the lineage right there. So what that basically does, Yeah, that's one line. 1 second out of the one line. That's one line removed. So at maximum, and calling that woman black, which I do not believe she is black. However, when you come to melanation, we're dealing at about 25%. It was 50. Now then it went to 33. Now we down to 25 because that's her great grandmother. And there it is.
She's 12.5% black. And in Jamaica, she's called a brown. They're from Brown Town. Browns are mulattoes that support white power. They are not black. Jamaica has a human rights problem with the United Nations because the brown police officers and others murdered black Jamaicans. They are not black people, not in Jamaica, and they don't call themselves black here. Her father has never identified as black. Motherfuck Pan-African liars that feel like, and let me tell you something, there's a laziness and a cowardice in black American people who think we can't take on racists and others who hate our guts. So we need friends and allies. We need Martians and motherships and sea creatures to save us. We don't have any fight. We can fight all of America's wars everywhere else, but we can't stand up to these devils right here. So we need all these other people. We don't need them, and they don't come here to join our fight, and they shouldn't be expected to. I'm not mad at them, but I despise the liar Pan-Africanist who act as if everybody coming here is going to join ranks with us. That's some Marxist communist shit. It ain't real. The Garvey movement was full of dissension because the Caribbeans in it didn't like the black Americans. The Caribbeans in the Garvey movement ignored the blacks in the Deep South. They didn't even pay attention to them. Real talk. They stole all the money and fucked over us. That's what they did. Now, we give more honor to Garvey that didn't even want to fuck around with black people in the South other than make friends with the Ku Klux Klan. And we make him a hero. When my parents went to Jamaica in the 70s, they didn't even really have any monuments for Marcus Garvey. It was black Americans going to Jamaica, which prompted their government to do something around tourism to show you how they feel about Garvey. Now he became a big thing because they could get paid off of it. This Pan-African thing is a fraud. Now, let me be clear. I'm not saying that I don't want Africa to be a strong continent. I'm not saying that we shouldn't work and get along with anybody that wants to work and get along with us, that is dark-skinned, or for that matter, white. I don't give a damn where the help comes from. But we are not dependent on these other people for our identity. I had to get some African fuckers straight last night. I absolutely claim African heritage, but I got a whole bunch of indigenous American heritage, more of it than African. And, you know, I was happy thinking everybody came from Africa until my grandfather said, no, we didn't come from Africa. No. So I'm like, damn, granddad, where we come from? Well, when you ask me, since you want to know, we're Indian, right? I mean, well, that's my grandfather. Now, I'm not saying that there's not African lineage, but we don't owe anybody anything for who and what we are, and we shouldn't expect them to fight our fight or even understand us. We need some Pan-Africanism amongst our goddamn selves here. The same way in Russia under Stalin, he stopped trying to have communism everywhere, decided to have it in one country, Russia. Let's consolidate the shit we have. We need some damn Pan-Africanism amongst ourselves. We need one gang instead of dozens. We need to consolidate what we have here. And if we did that instead of looking and begging and hoping, oh my God, that Martian looks like they have some black in them. Oh, they could be part black. It's because we feel weak and powerless because we haven't worked out our shit here to get along with each other and get along and support one another. These people are terrified of black unity. Have you ever been anywhere and just been one or two black folks and watch hundreds of people afraid of you like you were going to bully someone and all you were doing was getting along with the next black person? Why can't we unify amongst ourselves here around what we need here? And let us be real. The Browns in the Caribbean are the Boule oppressor honorary white class. They screw the darker skinned islanders. They've got what's called shadeism in Jamaica. We call it colorism. And Kamala Harris comes from a family that practices apartheid against dark-skinned Jamaicans. And in Jamaica, they have a thing. Just go and Google. I don't give a damn if you believe me. I want you to believe in God. Check my shit out. The United Nations has condemned the government of Jamaica for not dealing with complexion racism in Jamaica, where the police disproportionately kill dark-skinned Black Jamaicans, but don't shoot the ones like Kamala, because they're the equivalent of white people. If you go back through the history of Jamaica and the Caribbean across the board, the difference between Caribbean slavery and American slavery is, one, most of the things in the Caribbean were large-scale plantations for sugar that used gang labor, and the other characteristic is that they had absentee landlords. A white guy would come in, set up a plantation, fuck a Black or Indian woman, have mulatto kids, go back to England, live like a king, and his high yellow kids with some other people would manage the plantation. The same way the Boule is used to manage us. And do we see this? We do. We see it with Eric Holder, a high yellow Barbadian from that mixed class that was used to shoot down and persecute in what was called the West India Regiment, these light-skinned, high yellow, free Caribbeans. Shot down the dark-skinned ones for the British Empire. This is all we're getting. We're getting importation of light-skinned Jamaicans who can't stand dark-skinned Jamaicans, but when they all come here, they speak. And Black Americans are fucking lazy. There are Chinese Jamaicans. There are Indian Jamaicans. There are Jewish and Syrian. There are all kinds of Jamaicans. You don't need to be that many if you're in power. We don't have that many Black folk in the Boule. They got all the money. Jamaica isn't really controlled by Black Jamaicans. Jamaica's controlled by whites, a mixed race, and other Jamaicans get everything the same way whites and mixed race Jews and Syrians run Haiti. It's a fucking fiction. These people run around with their goddamn flags. They don't run or control nothing. That's why their asses are here. And they look down their noses on us, which I guess they get, but they fled because they're not allowed to advance or grow because their leadership betrays in the same way our Boule leadership betrays us. And that's why the Boule of the Caribbean send their kids to HBCUs or to white schools here to either marry white or to marry established sellout Black families to create dynasties to rule over our asses. And that's why shit's fucked up. We need a revolution against the coon aristocracy. They are deliberately keeping us down the same way the African royalty and aristocracy, all these niggas talking about kings and queens. Kings and queens fucked us. Those of us that have African roots, we're the descendants of people sold by these fucking kings and queens. I don't want no goddamn kings or queens because they're not accountable.
Well, check this out real quick. This is what we need to get some under. Let's get some more understanding. It's the same. Let's get some more understanding here. You know, we got your girl Kamala Harris, but again, you know what? Listen, before I do that, I just we got to make it make sense. People are more concerned about other things. I think us we're taking this shit too serious. It's time to be on this type of time, y'all. Niggas is too serious. Look. Yeah. Right? Okay. This is what I mean, niggas. Niggas is doing this. This is a priority.
You know, the only encore I see is obesity and diabetes.
This is what it's about. Come on, man. Come on, Dr. Short. You too serious about what's going on.
We don't give a damn. We don't give a damn about pork chop feminism. Pork chop feminism is irrelevant, and it's time for Black men to stomp the head of pork chop feminism and move on. These morbidly overweight, sellout, elitist hoes are the problem.
I don't see any feminism. I just see pork chops.
Right.
Well, hey.
But you got to kind of give it an ideology. I mean, we know the ideology is KFC, Bojangles, and Wendy's and McDonald's, but we have to like put it in some kind of context. And a lot of these hoes have blonde hair and extension because they want to be like the white women that used to screw the black men behind asses back and have everything. And reality, a whole lot of these sisters quietly copy white women. They lie and say it's a black thing. If it's black, why do you need blue contacts?
Brother Shaw, you're too serious about trying to educate and save your people, sir. Enjoy this. Come on. Oh.
You know, the only way I could
it's time to celebrate.
And having some funeral parlors for all these fat people that are going to die prematurely. Oh, she had blonde hair.
That was a jam back in the day. That was a jam back in the day.
You got to understand, it's time to party. Nigga, you're dead. It's time to go. We gotta dance. We gotta
My friend,
ain't no party like a moo party.
Chef C. No, there ain't no party like a black genocide party because the black genocide party don't stop.
We
need to remember that they had orchestras in the concentration camps.
Funny,
They had orchestras to entertain people in the concentration camps for Jews. So I guess if they have house music, disco, and hip hop, you can get Negroes to go to camp and say, well, you know, the barbed wire makes me feel secure. I mean, damn, I'm sick of mediocre people.
What LBJ said he was going to give niggas? He said he had to give niggas something. You know, we got the balloons, we got the backyard, niggas got their gowns on, look like fucking curtains. This shit look crazy right here, and they get to slide with the wind.
Actually, those look like ship sails.
You know, this is what it's about. Damn it! Don't worry about. Listen, nigga, y'all too serious in here. Hey.
Hey. Well, oh my God, that is oh my God, she trying to twerk. Hey, Chef C. Now I want to ask the panel: have y'all heard recently? What they're putting out is single black women are leading in home ownership over single black men. See, that goes right along with this joy. Yeah, dance and slide along with all of that stuff. You don't need no mans. You don't need no man. You doing better than the single black man.
I beg to differ. The homelessness and the evictions for black women are going through the ceiling across the country. That's number
Absolutely.
one.
That's true.
Number two, there are well over 1 million black women that have no children and no parents that are going to need help and assisted living because they have no family. These black women have destroyed themselves, spending 100 years for self-discovery instead of realizing you're a woman, God gave you a pussy, and you should try to have a child through it so someone will take care of you. Yes, I said it just like that. These people kind of see the pussy as a garnish or an ornament. No, your titties and your pussy are not ornaments. They're about the fact that you bear children. And so this whole idea that women shouldn't bear children that are black comes from Margaret Sanger. To convince black women to get educated and not have children and don't have families. And so what's happening is they have a projection by 2030 something, 2040, most about 40% or more of women won't have any children. These women are going to make themselves irrelevant. And the same way that they're replacing black men with these illegal migrants, you're going to find there's going to be an explosion of women being brought in this country to marry men who want to have families. So the Kevin Samuels doctrine will be made real. These fat, overweight, loud, opinionated sisters who are determined to be into self-discovery into their 60s, and some dude should wait for them when they're overweight and infertile to start a family where he doesn't get to be a father. These bitches are crazy. They're stupid.
Dr. Short, let me just insert this one data point to what that brother's. I don't know, was it Coke, but the last time that was true, the last time that black single female ownership was as high or higher than males was 2006, 2008. Just noodle on that.
And think about that. What
And that's
happened
what
in
I'm saying.
2008?
Yeah.
We had the foreclosures on the houses. Black women were disproportionately the same ones who thought those subprime loans were like free money. They're the ones that lost. I mean, they always shade this data to make black men failures and to say, black women, you don't need black men. I'm going to just say this to the black women listening. Y'all are dumb as shit for allowing people to put this out in the news and not to oppose it. No other group of women would tolerate it. It would never. Not even white lesbian feminists let white men get dragged the way that straight so-called good black women let black men get dragged. And y'all can do something about that. Yeah, like write some letters to the editor. Go after the news directors.
Well, let's bring it back. Let's bring it back now, gentlemen. I mean, we are here for the conversation, and let me thoroughly touch in on this Second Amendment, because I can guarantee you more than half of those women didn't even holler at Brother Juan J. Johnson to get certified, right? So we
go even further, Chef. They will stop black men from getting guns. See, I was out there protesting doing armed protests, and it was the mammies. It was the black women who had that blonde 504 hair gel that comes out blonde that they put in their hair, running up on us, telling them why they coming in with the guns and the boots. These are the women I want to really hit with the butt of the gun and tell them to get the F out of the way. Honestly, these are these type of women.
We talking about the same party who said no voting, no nothing.
The illegals are gonna kick and stop a whole bunch of people. Black men, you're gonna be important in just a few months. It's already happening in Chicago. It's already happened when these people started taking shits on the porches of old black women and them talking, you can't do, and that only works with black men. Here's something I need to say. As much as a large number of black women bitch and complain about how oppressed and how unfair they're treated, black American women are spoiled. They have way more freedom and latitude than any other group of women in the world, even though they don't know it. These people that they're bringing into the country, women don't have any rights where they come from. And they may be lighter skinned and have straight hair. If you tell a man he's ugly and his dick is small, he'll kill you. And that won't be seen as a bad thing in his culture. It's very different for us. I mean, it's so a lot of the behavior that you can just disrespect or put your hands on a man or yell at him, that doesn't happen overseas, ladies. You guys have been shielded because a lot of black men, sensitive to racism and injustice, have protected as best they could black women in a bad situation. These men from other countries, women can't mouth off at a man. I've had ladies like yell and scream at you in public, and you didn't even say or do anything, and nothing's that. Where they come from, you're within your right to kick that woman's ass in public, which I'm against. But they brought that culture here. And so in Chicago, a lot of why the women are mad is they've been robbed, they've had their asses grabbed, they've been slapped around by some of these foreigners. They were shocked. And the police won't come. A sister can tell the truth and call the police on the man, or she can lie on the man. The cops are going to come for a black dude. They will not come for these foreigners no matter what they do. So the day of the pork chop feminist is ending. And the question is, should we black men, because we always hear black women say, should we invest in it? No. Should we protect those black women that have been disloyal, unfriendly, and hostile to us? I mean, should we help people we don't know who've never been on our side, the kind that fucked you over in human resources and were nasty in the interview for jobs and hired everybody but black men, should, if I see some illegals step to them, risk my fragile health for someone that probably wouldn't even spit on me? I don't think so. And so Judgment Day is here. All of the traitor pork chops are going to be held accountable. And they've been building more prisons. They've even built prisons for women. Who do you think they're going to throw in jail?
Well, hold that thought, brother Short. Hold that thought, sir. This is what we want you. We want you to zoom in. Well, everybody's going to zoom in on this here. This, in case everybody is still a little confused about. Oh, well, some people are still confused. Not everybody in here. And real quick, family, it's 200 plus of y'all in here. Do us a favor, reshare, like the program. We are shadow banned because we talk like this. This information can only get out further if you help us fight against the censored, sanctioned algorithms that they have against people like us.
And make a donation to the Patriarch Summit. Help support Chef C. Help support the movement. Y'all see us out here. Y'all know we're doing the right thing. Bad boy, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when the donations due? You're gonna give something. Damn. Help us out.
Salute to this nigga, Doc. So support Dr. Short, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the Patriarch Summit. It's right there on the screen real quick. But ladies, most importantly, outside of the contribution, ladies and gentlemen, share the program, right? Share it, like it, subscribe if you're not already subscribed to any of us on the panel. We are shadow banned. Well, not shadow. Fuck. What? Let's eliminate this shadow shit. We are just banned. Period. We're not shadow.
And you know who had banning? Where banning existed? South Africa. You would be banned. We have apartheid here in America. It's in the internet.
Right.
And but we're not afraid. And I'm going to just say, a shout out to all the people, Brother Twizzle, Brother Vader, Lone Wolf. I mean, he's a wolf and a coyote. And all of the people here, Brother Negro. We're going to keep doing this. And I want to say a shout out to you sisters, the good ones, the Wazis, the righteous black women, the kind that we don't mind taking a bullet for. We want, and we've got 2 resume bios. I'm gonna get more. We will be having this Wazi Summit in December. We're going to be talking about health and safety for black women, and we have a sister that's a weapons expert. Oh yes, the first person sits up was a gun woman, Sister Keisha, who teaches women about guns. A good black woman is an armed black woman.
Facts.
Real talk. You need, if you can't have a man, have 2 guns.
How to be Wells.
Okay, and it's time for us. So, don't feel bad. If you're like Sister Scales or Sister Star, the good black woman, we're not talking about y'all. We're talking about these ratchet hoes out here. The same way we talk about them. I mean, anybody know me? Everybody know I give sorry-ass black men hell. A motherfuck those coons.
Listen, on our platforms, everybody get it. Don't matter what your color is. Y'all all getting this shit. Pause.
But we love our sisters. So when I say to you, let me just tell you a true story. I was talking, and Sister Quiet Scales reached out to me, and she asked how I was doing. Just if you need something, I don't want to run around. I don't know. They're sending something. I know it's coming. I didn't even ask. She didn't have to do anything. They're probably not as rich as I think they are, but they're concerned about how I'm doing. That's the real black woman. In fact, part of what we want to see with the Wazi Summit is to have a reintegration of Black women as being the heart and soul of the people in the family, in relationship, in concert with brothers, and in concert with children. We've got to bring that center back. They deliberately drove a wedge in the family. We got to take the wedge out. Can you imagine having to use the restroom and you had a doorstop in your ass or in your vagina? Wouldn't it be hard to like get stuff out? And that's how we are. We've got doorstops in our holes. And it's messing up how things function. We need to pull those things that divide us out so things can come together. I mean, we need to stop the clapping of the Black political ass and let it hang as a whole.
Pause.
Yeah. Salute real quick, ladies and gentlemen, real quick. Salute to our brother Negro for hitting the Cash App real quick, putting on the books. Ladies and gentlemen, let's play this clip here, right? Because again, even with them sisters, I want you to be aware that there could be a time, and I hope none of you have to experience this, where if Kamala is elected, there could be some people coming through your door. You are licensed. They will come in there, determine whether you are conducting yourself as a substantive, citizen of this nation, and determine whether you are allowed to keep that licensed firearms that you have. Okay, this is what Kamala is trying to do when you're talking about the fucking attack on the Second Amendment right.
Yeah, that sounds like no-knock warrant right there.
Hold on.
Among everybody in the community, and just because you legally possess a gun in the sanctity of your locked home doesn't mean that we're not going to walk into that home and check to see if you're being responsible and safe in the way you conduct your affair.
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun. I did not know that.
If somebody...
So the hypocrisy doesn't mean that we're not going to just walk into your home and quote unquote check. Right? Pay attention to the bullshit language. Just because you're a gun owner doesn't mean we're not going to walk into your home, quote unquote walk. Right? That's one red flag. 2, check. That's the number. That's 2 red flags. If you're a responsible, all red flags.
So,
right?
Doc,
yeah.
I just posted in the chat the 4th Amendment.
Come on. Okay.
And I think that, again, see, these people don't like the Constitution, man. They have a hatred for the Constitution. And the Constitution is only as strong as the people. It's just words on paper if the people don't enforce it. Again, the 4th Amendment says this: it protects citizens from unreasonable searches and seizures by the government. You're not getting my gun. You're not. You can knock on the door all you want, but you can't come in. Okay? It states that no warrants can be issued without probable cause, and that the warrant must be specific, describing the places to be searched and the people or items to be seized. This woman just told you just now, I don't care about the 4th Amendment. We coming in your house.
Yeah, this is not good, bro. This ain't good, family.
We have to come to the realization that there are people in our government that have no respect for the Constitution at all. Whether it's freedom of speech, the First Amendment, whether it's the right to bear arms, the Second Amendment, or whether it's illegal searches and seizures, the 4th Amendment. And she is one of those. So for all those who parade in this Black girl power, we need a Black female, this woman is going to do what she says. And for me, If you bold enough to step beside her with your chest out and stand 10 toes down, I'm bold enough to turn my back on you and watch you die. I will step over your carcass. Male and female, young and old.
It's a fact.
Black, white, Asian, Latino, whatever creed you are.
But check this, gentlemen, and the family that's still watching us, 200 plus in the building with us still. You know, Kamala said, listen, I'm coming in your crib. But, you know, for those of you who might be outraged or will more than likely be outraged about me taking your shit, this is what I'm going to do if you come into mine. Hold on, let me be very clear. Let's be really, really clear about that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yes.
Oh, really? Listen, family. Let's be really clear about this, as she says. See,
yo, brother Chef.
Hold on. Let me get this off, brother Negro. It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the words of my man, Finesse. Nah, you're not going to take my shit and tell me that you going to be good. God damn it. Somebody going to have to say hello. Christmas coming early.
But Doc, watch this. They're literally telling you. See, here it is. When you understand the whole karma piece, karma is only effective when you're trying to hide it. But when you put it out there to the people, then you don't get it back because you've already told them, this is what I plan to do.
That part. See, that's the part, y'all. That is the motherfucking part. Ladies and gentlemen, when it's put in front of you, again, I told you, your girl Kamala said, if we reduce population, right? If we get more energy fuel cars, you know, give you more pregnancy contraception,
but Doc,
more of your kids will drink and eat clean air. That's what the chick said.
But you keep putting it in the question form. I take it out when she says if we reduce, no, she really means we're going to reduce.
When we do it.
I have a question for Brother Juan.
Go ahead.
Because as the discussion, you know, we're talking about the first and the second, and you've brought up the Fourth Amendment, and I can't lie. I didn't even, I mean, I'm sure I read it today, but I didn't really read it and process it like I should have until right now. And so I read it, and now I'm wondering, and this is the question for you, Brother Juan, in your experience and in your knowledge, it would seem to me that no-knock warrants are unconstitutional. That's a question.
Well, I mean, based off the Fourth Amendment, right?
The no-knock warrant is unconstitutional with a caveat. If you open the door, they have access. So you can knock all you want, but you don't have to let them in. As a matter of fact, if they're knocking on your door, you tell them, show me the warrant, whether slide it under the door. You don't open the door. You don't open the door. I don't care if it's the FBI. I don't care if it's the ATF. I don't care if it's your local police department. If they got a warrant, show me the warrant. Slide it under the door. You don't open that door.
I'm talking about the kind of warrant. Sorry, go ahead.
Hold on real quick. I want Juan to say that for everybody again, because I was unaware of that. So I know I ain't the only one who didn't know if you don't open that door, they can't get in.
That's right. You don't open the door. If you got a warrant, produce the warrant.
Right.
So I'm talking about the no-knock warrant where they bust in. Like that to me seems like that's unconstitutional because it goes against the Fourth Amendment.
So the no-knock is, watch this now. The no-knock is still a warrant. So they have a warrant. If you don't open the door, then they're gonna tear it down. But 9 times out of 10, if they don't have a warrant, they ain't gonna tear down your door. They're gonna knock and ask to gain entry. And you say these magical words, do you have a warrant? If they don't have a warrant, have a good day. I'm not opening no door. You can't come in here. I'm not gonna crack the door. Unless you got a warrant, slide underneath the door, show it to me from the keyhole, but you don't open that door under no circumstances.
Can you is this an option? Can you tell them this? Can you say, I'm calling my attorney. He's going to come down and inspect the warrant. Will they wait, or is that not something you can say? Or
I wouldn't even do that, because either they have it or they don't. See, if you got the warrant, okay, look here. If they have the warrant and you I'm not on the door, and so then they bust it open, bust the door down, and then they show you the warrant, that's something different because they got the warrant.
Now, hold on. Before you continue, Brother Juan, ladies and gentlemen, if you're here for the first time, new to the program, okay, my brother Juan J. Johnson, Lone Wolf Firearms Training, LWF Training, is a retired 30-something years, almost 30-something years, police officer, ladies and gentlemen. Okay?
And I teach this.
So even outside the firearms, when you're talking about regulations when it comes to law, this brother is telling you something that you should be aware of, right? These are actual tools with which you can implement. Okay? I just want to make sure that we get some understanding in here, y'all. Go ahead, Brother Juan.
Let me say this. The ATF, police departments, the FBI, they would do whatever it takes to get into your house. But you don't let them in. You quote that Fourth Amendment. If you don't have a warrant, you can't search or seize nothing. Produce the warrant, you got access. And even with the warrant, you are only to go specific places, persons, and things to be searched. You don't have access to the whole house like that. Okay? Again, the Fourth Amendment is very clear when it says it protects you, the citizens, from unreasonable searches and seizures by the government, that no warrants can be issued without probable cause, and that the warrant must specifically describe the places to be searched and the people or items to be seized. Very clear. Okay? But if they don't have a warrant, you don't open that door.
Okay, so the places to be searched, that specificity right there that needs to be cleared up, family. I just want everybody to understand that, right? Because again, you can't just have folks busting in your shit, right? So now you have means of protecting yourselves to some degree. Once they slide the warrant up under the door,
and you take a look at it and read it,
you take your motherfucking time. You take your time looking at this. You ain't got to move fast, because even if they start getting impatient and making all that extra, they got to sit the fuck down. Okay, you read it, and in that very warrant, it has to say the particular place that they're allowed to search.
Right.
And when we say the particular place, we're talking about a room within the home, Brother Juan.
Yeah. Could say the kitchen, could say the bedroom. Because again, if they're tracking somebody and they got intel or intelligence, and they say this person resides in a certain room, then they go into that room because that's where that person resides. If they say the whole house or behind some walls, it's like, watch this. Think about the whole Puffy search warrant.
Right.
They went through the whole house. Why? Because cameras are so small, you don't know where the cameras are at. So they tearing down walls, ceilings, because you don't know what the camera is.
Hey, brother Dewan. One of the things that they talked about in my criminal justice class is they like to hack into the Wi-Fi because they encapsulate the whole home. They have a saying, the sock drawer. They want to have access to your sock drawer, and they want to have access to your Wi-Fi because they encapsulate the whole domicile of the person that they want to do their raid on or whatnot. And one of the things that my professor was always told is that they always put the Wi-Fi in the search warrant with the intentions of searching the whole home, not just to go in the areas in which the judge tells you to. Like, am I checking out on what these teachers are saying at these Ivy League schools now?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. The Wi-Fi. Most people have individual Wi-Fi in each room. You know, so yeah, that's true.
Okay, well, thank you, brother Juan, man. This is very thorough shit, ladies and gentlemen. You know, listen, y'all heard enough from us tonight. We got 15 minutes, and I wanna open the kitchen for anybody who's got some. I want to hear your thoughts on this subject matter, ladies and gentlemen. So, the link to the kitchen is open now. If you come in here, let's be very clear. You need to be able to cook. If you can't cook with some legitimate talking points, don't waste your time. Don't waste our time. Whoever this C swag person is, who are you, sir? I don't know who you are. C swag, brother Q. Is this a brother from your program? I don't know who this person is, but you seem like you're trolling, sir, and you may get to kick the fuck out of here.
I took care of it.
Okay. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the link is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. We want to hear from you. We got maybe 10 minutes or so. The kitchen is open to hear from you. The conversation, you know, First Amendment, Second Amendment is literally under attack, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you need
can you add on
space
a
for the
third
chef?
too?
Do I need to drop
Wait.
down?
Wait, can you add in on a third on that, brother Chef? Because the third, I posted up in the chat. It's dealing with the privacy of the home and home ownership, and the government should not have a right to intrude. See, I find it very funny that she can exercise her Third Amendment right in protecting her home and shooting intruders, but yet still other, specifically black homeowners, who be targeted for their Second Amendment right, and them going to their domiciles, violating their third right. So if they were to shoot them, would they be in the wrong? I think underneath a Kamala type of administration, they would be treated wrong and would be treated unjustly. So that's something that I did want to throw out, that she's violating the first, second, and the third. This lady's trying to hit all bases.
Well, we got the
Kamala is the top cop as the DA or the AG, right? And so no matter what she does, all she got to say is the magic words. I fear for my life.
Right.
We don't get to say that.
Well, I mean, I can believe it. Which I'm in a constant state of fear for my life every day. You know, just to be very clear for anybody that's planning some fly shit, I want you to know I fear for my life. From the moment I go to sleep to the time I wake up, I fear for my life. Just be clear.
You guys, we gotta be honest about her though. That was a dog whistle.
Yes.
Absolutely.
This woman is protected for the rest of her life on taxpayer money. So whoever gonna come to her house, Secret Service is gonna handle that. So her saying that in that audience, in that scenario, what is she saying? The elite are gonna have guns. Her friends are gonna have guns.
Somebody put the purge in the chat. Where
So
y'all?
we need to understand that. You know, that was a message. That was a codified message to people.
I mean, listen.
Doctor, watch this. And I come on these social media streets because, again, you got the real world, and then you got social media. And social media is slowly catching up with the real world. what Brother Q said is right. The elite are not talking about taking guns from their security. They're talking about taking guns from you. They're talking about disarming the citizens, disarming the militia. Okay, and again, you know, we live in a country that because of our rights, and most folks don't have these rights. We take these rights for granted until they're gone, and we are really. I mean, I'm seeing an all-out assault on the Constitution.
Come on.
I mean, look, I am convinced. I know that there are people out here who don't like America. They are Manchurian candidates. Okay? Kamala's one. Barack was one. Okay? I'm going on record. Kamala's one. Barack was one. And many others who are embedded into this system. They're Marxists. I mean, they're socialists. But we have to really realize that there are people out here who don't like America and would love to see it like the rest of the world. Okay? But I'm not one of those. I'm a patriot. I'm the militia. I'm all in. And I'm willing to walk over the carcasses of a lot of people, family and friends. Okay? Because I see a bigger picture. Okay? So we don't have to wait for it. It's already here. Just us having this conversation, we're sounding the alarm right now. It's already here. I don't have to wait till November the 5th. It's already happening. Okay? I believe they're going to declare her the winner, and all hell's going to break loose. And I'm ready to do whatever it takes. Watch this. When I teach my students at the end of the session, I say no harm to anyone. But if you have to stop the threat, I didn't say kill. I said stop the threat. If you have to stop the threat, this is the same language you use in court. I stop the threat. I fear for my life.
Right.
Okay?
Fear for your life. Fear for your life. Hey, brother, I mean, listen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not, listen, we've been sounding the alarm.
Or better yet, I invoke the castle doctrine.
Right. Oh, okay. Castle doctrine.
The castle doctrine.
I'm going to use that.
You did not have to. Yeah, go ahead.
No. I was just saying for the family in here, you know, we're going on almost 4 hours here. I want to say a salute to those who have liked the program, who have shared the program. If you're here for the first time, subscribe to the program. All the brothers on the stage. We're trying to make sure that we are of value, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we decide to do on this side. Yeah, again, we do the nigga shit just for, get you warmed up. But it's about value over here. And, let's be very clear. Kamala may have lied about a bunch of other shit, but when it comes to putting her foot on niggas' neck, she ain't lied. She actually keep that absolutely 100. Every bit of it. So you need to believe a hoe like that. When she tell you she coming to get your guns and she coming to shut you the fuck up. You understand? You are to be seen and not heard, ladies and gentlemen. Your execution, your public genocide is to be seen to keep these honorary classes that they're putting above us in order. And to make sure that you don't stand a fucking chance in hell, they're going to make sure that they take your guns. They're gonna take your gun. They're gonna take our guns, not your guns, our guns.
They're gonna try.
And that sound they're gonna try. Right. That's listen. It's gonna be fly. It's gonna be fly. I keep it the way that I'm gonna keep that the way I need to keep that. But again, Kamala ain't, she's not making no threats. She's making promises. That's what I want to drill home. You're gonna shut up. So this is why we have to make the adjustments necessary, family. Make all the adjustments necessary. These deputized illegal immigrants that are coming here, they're being deputized, right? The single independent woman, you're going to have it bad. Shout out to you, though. We can clean house with that. That's a good thing.
Doc, watch this. Watch this. I need the people to hear this. That these people who are being deputized to be police officers who are illegal, they are loyal to the resources, not to the Constitution. They don't know the Constitution. They sworn in, but they are faithful to the resources. They're loyal to the resources, not to the Constitution. They haven't been here long enough to know what the Constitution is.
Come on.
Okay. And they are willing to put blacks, whites, or anything outside themselves. They are willing to put them down. When I say put them down, I'm talking about put you down, lock you up, because they're loyal to the resources, not to the Constitution. They haven't been here long enough to understand the Constitution.
Let alone get sworn in on her. Okay? Let alone be here long enough to get sworn the fuck in.
So you have to bring in the army who's mercenaries. They're loyal to the resources. Okay? And again, we live in this fairy tale. We live in this fairy tale where we believe that they live happily ever after. There's no law in the universe that says that you will live happily ever after. But we in this American bubble that make you think that we live happily ever after. No, these folks bring their culture here, which is some of them is a very ratchet culture.
Facts.
Okay.
A lot of freak down shit going on. Very dirty. Very nasty.
While we're trying to project all this civil rights, all this human rights, all this black excellence on them, they're like, that's foreign to them. That's very foreign to them.
Yeah, black excellence don't mean a damn thing to these folks because they don't know it. And honestly, black excellence, we don't really know it. Let's keep that a buck. We don't really know it.
I think, again, and I hate to say this, but I have to say it. I think that see, again, we have been functioning in fear for so long that this younger group like yourself, the Z's, the Y's don't have the same fear as the boomers and the silent generation, and even some of those in the X. You guys are like, you know what? Look. We don't have that same fear like y'all have, okay? Which is good. I mean, y'all may not have the history, but you ain't got that fear. We've been getting a lot of fear for decades. And again, I'm just tired of people just giving advice out of fear. I'm loving this whole let's fight. Like Trump put his foot up, fight. And I'm not a Trumpster, but I believe in fighting. Because our folks, we gave up years ago. And a lot of folks, again, they have a fascination with death. They waiting for somebody to crack the sky and just destroy the whole world and save them and their families. I'm not waiting on that person.
Well, I mean, again, some of these folks, they want that Messiah, leadership, individual leaderships leadership is more terrifying than being led by some of these folks. Forcing somebody to step out. This is why, listen, let's keep it a buck. A lot of our family members got a job and stayed in the position for fucking 50 years. Huh? Yeah. A lot of folks do that, just get a job and stay there their entire life. They've been asked, hey, listen, why don't you move up? Hey, why don't you manage this? No. I don't want that. Oh, you gotta manage some shit? Oh, you gotta be a leader? Nigga, no, I don't want it. That's part of the fucking handicap mindset.
No.
Right? That's the crippling mindset right there. The change starts with you embracing your own individual leadership that then contributes to the collective leadership. But folks say, listen, this system has allowed them to be mediocre. Mediocrity gets promoted. Shout out to Kamala Harris. Shout out to Barack Obama.
Well, again, they are foreigners and they envision a whole different America. So I think that our imagination has been snuffed out. Most folks will protest, but what do you imagine? See, what are you reimagining? They are reimagining a whole different America with you not in it, or you not being the go-to class. They want to be the go-to class, whether it's the Indians, whether it's the Arabs, whether it's the Asians, whether it's Latinos. They want to replace Black America. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it 100. But we don't see that because we've been trying to push this multicultural, we all the same. It's not true. It's not. I want to keep it 100. These folks out here, they use the Congressional Black Caucus to push their agenda. I'm gonna leave right there.
And you know what? Listen, real quick, I think it's necessary on coming on the latter end of the show, just to address, at least mention our brother here who was, wrongfully executed as far as I'm concerned. Marcellus, RIP to this young man. This is diabolical for me. Not real evidence showing that this man was guilty of this act. Okay. But, and even with the victim, families saying, listen, don't even execute this brother. Just give him life. That prosecution over there, that team over there, particularly the judge, was so antsy. Like, listen, I gotta get a lick. Let me get a lick on this one right here. Okay. Now we're looking at, this is the second innocent brother, as far as I'm concerned, who's been taken by execution. And we're looking at a third one coming up next month. And I'm here to say to you that is not by coincidence. All right, this is also part of fear mongering and, ritual shit as far as I'm concerned. But let me read on this a little bit here for those who don't know. Missouri Supreme Court rejects AG's Attorney General's attempt to prevent innocent hearing for Marcellus Williams Saint. Okay, let's continue then. This brother was put on, he was in jail for almost a life sentence or whatever, but then they put him on a death row. Let me do this. July 22nd, July 26, 2024. Missouri court denied Attorney General Andrew Bailey application for a writ of prohibition seeking to block the St. Louis County Circuit Court for reviewing the evidence that proves Marcellus is an innocent man on death row. The circuit court set that hearing for August the 21st based on the prosecuting attorney Wesley Bell motion to vacate Mr. Williams' conviction and death sentence. At the hearing, the PA Bell will present the new DNA evidence that conclusively excludes Mr. Williams as the person who killed, deleted for you. Well, YouTube is already gone. Fuck my shit up. Felicia Gale in 1998, along with other evidence of his innocence. Okay, even as the circuit court moves forward with this hearing, Mr. Williams faces an execution date on September the 24th, which was yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. We are relieved that the Missouri court has turned away from A.G. Bailey's latest attempt to prevent the circuit court from considering the compelling evidence of Marcellus Williams' innocence. Now, no one should stand in the way of this hearing request by the court prosecutor aimed at ensuring Missouri does not execute an innocent man. Well, nonetheless, they still went along with it, ladies and gentlemen. Again, his brother was accused of, taking this young lady out, Felicia Gale, in 1998. He had been on death row for quite some time, waiting for this. And, several people presented evidence about this young man being innocent. And they just were throwing it out to court. They wouldn't even hear anything of it. And it's interesting to me, even when the victim's family says, "Listen, don't execute the guy." I don't know. I'm not that familiar with law like that. But then a judge can go ahead and supersede that and say, "Yeah, we still need to get him about the paint." That right there just tells me that you're looking at a broken justice system. Oh, I could be very wrong, Brother Juan J. Johnson. It's working just as it should be, sir. What say you?
It is working exactly the way it should be. I'm going to say this. Again, we need to understand with clarity that there's two different justice systems at work. I said the other day that there's two types of criminalities. You got lawbreakers who are white folks and criminals who are black folks. Right. This system is working exactly like it was set up to. But he's a microcosm of the greater society. Black people have been innocent, but we've been found guilty of what? Just trying to have human rights, civil rights. This brother is a casualty of war. Let's keep it 100, because we don't want to speak in those terms of war. I mean, Brother Neely Fuller said that we're all casualties of war. America is a big crime scene. America is a crime scene. Okay? And he's a casualty of war.
Right.
Okay. So again, I mean, I don't know him, but I didn't think they would change their mind. No, he's just another victim in this system of white male dominant culture.
And I mean, again, does our inaction tells this system to just keep, are we giving away the permission to keep this kind of stuff going on without, I can't, I'm not even gonna go there. I'm not.
Hey, brother chef. Quick question. This was under the gavel of the Missouri Supreme Court, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now watch this. Keep an eye out there in them cyber streets, y'all. The narrative they pushing right now is, see, this would happen would you get under Trump appointed justice. Chef, you know where I'm going with this. This will happen when you go under Trump appointed justices. And whenever I hear these talking points, once is a fluke, twice is a coincidence and thrice is a pattern. And I done heard it thrice. Luther Doodoo Brown, Bahamian Campbell out there mentioning it. All the Democratic shills is out there mentioning it. Bishop Talbot Swan out there mentioning it. And so that means that they all got to play from behind the scenes. What folk need to understand is as these, what the scriptures say, Brother Juan, you can point the finger, but know the three pointed right back at you. It's okay to judge. Just make sure before you point out the splinter in your foe's eyes, you got to take the plank out of your own. I think that's the scripture, right, Brother Juan? Yes. Yeah. So what these folk need to understand is, at least in the state of Missouri, 7 Supreme Court justices are sitting up there right now. 3 of them were appointed under a Trump presidency. I noticed I didn't say by. And 1 of them was appointed under, 3 were appointed under a Biden presidency, and 1 was appointed under a Trump presidency. However, 0 were appointed by a president, because presidents don't select the Supreme Court justices at the Missouri state level. The governor does. So they out there wagging the finger, and they realizing they clapping shots at themselves. We just got to know that little bit of civics out there. You're going to see it. Y'all going to see it out there in them cyber streets.
I want to add on more onto this conversation. All right. There's only 1 black judge who's a woman, and I'm using black. I'm going to have to use black loosely. I can't confirm if she's from the lineage or not. I can't confirm at the moment if she's a D9 or not. But she is the only black, I would say, representation on their whole entire judge group. There's like an ample amount of white men, ample amount of white women.
You talking about Justice Robin Ransom, right, Brother Negro?
Yes. So you already know my fingers is typing when y'all were talking.
Listen, I had to catch black up, man. I fumbled the ball coming up in here, but we back on the rail.
Yeah. We only have 1 black judge, and she did not speak up on this issue, and she got a blonde weave on, family. And I'm gonna just leave it there.
You guys, SCOTUS did rule on this, but the issue is not the black or white thing that we think.
Okay.
The issue, and from experience of being behind the wall, it was no political gain for neither party on this. That's why he died. Nobody could gain anything by helping him out. It's about political gain. The Biden administration could have used their bully pulpit and made a call, said something, sound an alarm. The ultimate decision was up to that governor. That governor's not running for re-election. It's no political gain. This is politics. The brother just happened to be caught up in the middle of it because this is what they do. If they don't have political gain when they dealing with cases, they ain't stepping in. Because if you look at both parties probably would have got some political currency from it, but they didn't see it that way. So they allowed it's not about race.
They don't see the value of black men.
Hold on. Let them get it off.
It's not about race. Because think about him being quote unquote innocent. I'm not saying he wasn't. The prosecution who tried him said he was innocent. The family saying they didn't want him to die. But one thing about any case, they have what they call, when you get found guilty, they have what they call the penalty phase. In the penalty phase, why was he even subjected to the death penalty? Nobody had nothing to politically gain from sparing this brother's life. He was a pawn in their bullshit. So everybody's at fault. Both sides, because they couldn't gain nothing from it. If they felt as though they could gain something from it, gain some votes, gain some biscuits, they would have said something, but they didn't. So they don't care if he died. They don't give a hell, just like they don't care about Gaza. Neither side. They don't care. And that's how we got to look at it.
I got a tough question for you.
There's thousands of brothers on death row. And the only thing that hold them brothers together is the hope within themselves. They don't care. Do we realize that this is the first in the Democratic Party, this is the first time in this election cycle that they have not tried to say abolish the death penalty on their agenda. Before they do it. You know why? Because it's political currency. That's all they doing, man. They playing games with people's lives. This brother got killed because these people don't care. We killed the innocent man. Just think of it. Like, this country said he was innocent. He got found guilty. He got death row. The first governor gave him a stay. The next governor came in, didn't give him a stay. Everybody say he innocent. DNA proved he innocent. And we still killed him. That's all I got to say about it, man. I know where I'm at.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me go to the brother Negro, man. Negro. And then I see I got my sister Sean, who checked in to the community kitchen. Salute to our sister Sean. Let me go to brother Negro, and then I'm gonna swing to sister Sean and see what her thoughts are on these particular topics we've covered today. But brother Negro, you got the floor.
Yeah, I think that has everything to do with race, and ethnicity, and the fact that this man is a black man. The Democrat, there's an illusion out there that if you're gay or if you're anything but a heterosexual black man, they don't care. And I'll sum it up for you. They don't care if you gay or straight. If you're a black male and have any type of inkling of leadership in the community, they want that stricken. You could see that in how they did Don Lemon. You could also see that in how they handled that young man from Florida that came out the closet, Andrew Gillum, Bussy Gillum. All right. I thought the Democrats were for the funny bunnies. So that's one of the aspects where you could see just across the board, they're not for black men. They're for any other group, but not black men. And I do think it's more of a racial issue and an ethnicity issue solely on black American people. Because at the end of the day our numbers, we are the most highest exonerated group, but yet still we're the most targeted group and the most group that's put to death, even though we're the most exonerated group. And how is this still not, if you look at it from a human rights issue and concern, it's baffling me. So those are some of the things that I observed from this case. And it enrages me when these civic and these criminal justice class focus on the white victims of, I would consider, white on white criminality, white on white institutional structural racism. They're willing to break a couple of eggs, which is white omelets, to make sure that they scramble and fry every black person, guilty or not. That's a major problem with the criminal justice system, from my perspective. It doesn't matter if the black man is innocent or not. They just want him to fry and hang. So if there's a couple of other demographics that have passed away, that's not black American, that's on them. This is why I can't get behind these Trump people saying that he's getting treated like a black man and this, that, and the third, because nobody's not putting really Trump to anything of that nature. They might be getting at him, but they're not putting the law behind him like they're putting it behind black folks. So no, he's not suffering the same thing that we're suffering. And I find it upsetting that this black man had his rights violated and nobody was there to save him. Nobody was there to help him. That's the America that we know. We fight every war. We have participated in everything in the interest of America, only to be put to death.
Let me say something. Because again, in the bigger scheme of things, brothers and sisters, we're at war. And you got to see yourself as collateral damage. No matter how much you've gained, how much you know, your expertise, your education, you are collateral damage. No matter how rich you are, when the system is done with you, they'll break you too. That brother is collateral damage. But you can't see it unless you see it in as a war piece. I'm not looking at what we've accomplished since we've been here. I'm looking at there are certain people out here in this government, in this nation, they've sworn their allegiance to destroy black people, black Americans. Okay? I'm good with that because I know how to govern myself appropriately. I've studied this white boy. I know him. We don't study him. We study us. He studied us. I'm gonna lay my plane with that.
That part. No, he does study the shit out of us. That's a fact. Sister Sean has joined the community kitchen for the cook-up. Sis, are you up to speed? Talk to me.
Yeah, I'm up to speed as much. If I'm not up to speed, please pardon me. But I'm gonna catch up on one thing, two things actually. I have a question directly for Lone Wolf, but I want to talk on this political thing. Let me get this out the paint. So this political lesser of two evils. Here's where I'm at with it. When it comes to Trump, we got to close these borders. If you're not about closing the damn borders, I just can't mess with you. It's almost like it's just a level of protection. But the level, the lesser two evils, I'm not really with that either, because when you tell me a lesser of two evils, it's like, okay, this one executed 10 Negroes and the other one only executed 5 Negroes, but you still executed a Negro. You understand? So that lesser doesn't bode well. So I am for, and that's the one thing I do like about Trump, but I'm actually for Jill Stein. Jill Stein she has a reparations plan with cash payouts. I do not agree. I think her language she's talking about reparations and cash payout, but her lineage is off. And I'm going to, in fact, I said I was going to contact her campaign. She got to get that lineage together. She's all about the reparations and the cash payments, but the lineage is all the way off. She is anti-war, which I think is something that has escalated. And that is going to fold into my question to Lone Wolf, is because we don't understand from a geopolitical standpoint how close we are to World War III. So I'm going to come from the politics and get to the geopolitics and get to our protections. These Haitians on the politics, don't fall for that. So now the Haitians are the fall guys, right? Trump is out there talking about they're eating dogs and cats and all this kind of stuff. They're getting targeted. Let me tell you, from a geopolitical standpoint, don't think that ain't you. Don't think that the Palestinians ain't you. These people that are executing all of that stuff in the Middle East, these are the same people amongst our midst. They run back to America, to Canada, to the UK. They are in our communities and societies. So whatever you see going on there, don't get it twisted. These people are bouncing right back with their passports, and they're in our communities. So all of that mess, and I was on, here's what I've been doing actually lately, and I've been learning. I've been sitting in some white supremacist spaces. And it's very, very interesting, and talking to them and listening to what they're saying. And they're like all against the Jews, and they're like, they too radical for me. And they're like, oh, we got to go and kill the Jews. And God damn it, everybody got to go kill a Jew based on them. But I'm going to tell you, this is getting serious, and this is getting deep. But they're also against the damn Haitians. So, you got some people, kind of feeling that kind of stuff. But no, at the end of the day, it's because they're pissed off. That's what they want to do now. But don't you think that can't be you or me or the Negro. Okay? And I was in those spaces, and I reminded them, we talk about dogs and cats. Did anybody forget about how they were in broad daylight popping off their weapons and Times Square against police? And
but hold on, sis. But I want you to stay in line with this, because we talk about the First and Second Amendment, and you can also touch on LBJ. So kind of circle that back around for us to bring it around.
I'm a circle it, but I have to say this because a lot of people don't know the story.
No, they do, because it was on our last broadcast, sis.
No. It's the second one. Did you hear the story where they bit the police officer in the forehead?
Yes.
Okay, so we got that. So let me get back to Lone Wolf. So that's the political, but that's not why I came in. I want to know, because of our circumstance and what's going on and they're calling it, what is the word? They're calling it the new generational warfare. What the hell are we going to do? And how are we going to fight back when they got drones that can explode and we just have our firearms? So my question is there some sort of, can we get a damn drone? Can we buy one for our own personal selves?
Hey, sis, when we was out there filming by you, they had us, we couldn't even get that drone up off the ground, sis.
Yeah, it got debilitated. And then the second question is geopolitics. If you look at it, all of them Israelis, they got bunkers to go down, and we paying for all of that stuff. If you look at, we are paying for everything. The Israelis get free school, free medical. I don't think you understand. It's U.S. tax dollars that pays for that. Plus they get the $3.8 billion a year. We don't really understand what's going on. And they got bunkers and everything. So say they are sitting up here provoking. What Negro got a bunker? Not just a Negro. What American got a bunker? We ain't got no damn bunkers. They pay for all of that shit. And so now I'm trying to prepare myself. Now I got to pay for my own damn bunker. I got open borders, and I'm going to dig my bunker, but not everybody got money like I got money to dig my own bunker. So, and then we got this open borders, and we have our children. I have to pay extra for my son to speak a second language where, the government doesn't do that. But they give them a second language for free. Because when you come here and you have to teach a child to speak English, that's a second language.
Yeah, but what's your question for Brother Lone Wolf?
I already said it. What are we going to do? How are we going to, in a state of emergency, we're at practicing 2A, how are we going to deal with the drones?
Brother Juan.
Is there some sort of thing where we can, can we buy our own drones like we can buy our own weapons?
No. Well, sis, I tell you what. if you get away from DC enough, you probably can get away with it. But over there, we ain't shit. You can't get that up off the ground. They don't even allow it. Yeah. Other places you can though. And actually you got the other outlet. Just know that. I'm letting you know that the other place you're good. You can get it there.
But this is what I want to know from a private citizen. Is there a way that we can buy a lethal drone? Even if I can't fly it up here. I know why, because I'm right here in DC near Andrews Air Force Base. That's where they wouldn't let you fly your drone. That's right. But if I go elsewhere, people ain't talking about that. Can we get a lethal drone too? Or do we got to get a bunker? Because our 2A, what we doing with our 2A is only going to help us on the ground. And so that's my question to Lone Wolf. We got to be outward thinking, because right now I think we're fortified for ground warfare, but we're not fortified for air warfare. If you understand what I'm saying.
I like that, sis.
Yeah, we got to get fortified.
Brother Juan, what say you about her question? Are we, if we're a licensed 2A user, does that prevent us from having an aerial approach?
So I'm gonna say this to you. As far as drones and being lethal, you can make your drone lethal. There's nothing stopping you from making your drone lethal. You're still gonna get locked up for it, but there's nothing stopping you. People are making drones lethal every day.
Yeah, when you put it that way, that's a fact.
Okay. Now you got a shotgun, a nice shot. You can shoot that drone out the sky. That drone is not. It has some flaws. It can be shot down. Okay, but from what you're saying, on a mass drone level, you're saying that the government would have to send the drones to us to take out the citizens. I don't see that happening. But on an individual level, I'm seeing people on YouTube creating flamethrower drones, shotgun drones. So you can make your drone lethal, but in certain areas, you just ain't gonna be able to fly it. There are some air miles. There's some air restrictions in this DC area. Your drone ain't going but so high and so far.
So you like, it might be, you can make it lethal, but it may not be legal.
Hey, sis, at this stage of the game, we fear for our lives.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
let me tell you, I'm real. Here's the next thing. I'm thinking next level. That's why I got Lone Wolf. And then we gonna talk about this sidebar, because we've been taught sometimes the way people behave, and they show me what they can do. That lets me know what I need to do. So you show me you lethal on this air warfare. I'm not ready. I'm ready for ground warfare. So now I got to step up my game on what I call airfare. And then we got the next thing. Okay, we set up there, and if anybody's looking at geopolitics, they took down 3,000 people in Lebanon, had all their pagers blow up. We sitting up here on StreamYard right now. What if they took the same AI and they can matriculate it with the algorithm? Anybody that's listened to Chef C blow they shit up.
Hey, don't put that on my life now.
No, I ain't gonna do that. But
don't put that on a Negro life.
But you feel me? We gotta be ready. We gotta be thinking. So I'm sitting up here thinking. I told my motherfucking husband. I said, "Well, look, if they did that, in other words, they piqued my interest. So you showed me what you can do. Now I'm gonna do better." So I'm putting it out with my Negro community. We see we can be target it. They can scale it down. They can narrow it down. They can pinpoint it. They can say with the AI, oh, who the fuck we gonna blow up? So once you get rid of finish with the damn Palestinians and the goddamn Lebanese, then you're coming for the Negro. So how you gonna use the algorithm to fuck us up? And so you see, so that's the next thing we need to be thinking about as a counteractive. I don't give a if it might be some sort of what you call an ad hoc thing that we can stick on the back of our computers. We need to think in our brains a magnet or something, a detonation magnet. Somebody in our brilliant community needs to develop that, because I believe that once they finish with them, they coming for us.
No doubt, sis.
And our land.
I salute you with that, because that's, listen, I think listen, we gonna get that work regardless. It's I think on the flip side of it, we just gotta be the initiators. I don't condone violence though, for the purposes of not condoning violence, quote unquote. Now you understand me, but let's get ready to shut this thing down, ladies and gentlemen. Brother Coke Sharpton. Let me see if Brother Coke is in it. Brother Coke, you're in the building, sir. Any last words from you, Brother Coke Sharpton? Salute to our Brother Coke.
Yeah, I sure am. Watch out for my evil twin brother Al out there. He out there dirty macking and moving greasy as usual. Salute to on their next podcast and the panel, and the cooks in the kitchen. Man, going live, breaking on their necks. It's funny. We got the roasted on the Eric Adams, and 5 minutes after y'all broke it on here, that's when it starts sliding across my Bunsen burners. And I'm just like, on their next podcast, make sure y'all, if y'all listening, like, subscribe, because we shadow banned. I couldn't even find the links, couldn't find the broadcast, couldn't find nothing going on here. But guess what? We in here. We in here serving them dishes. So tip of the chef's kiss to the panel. Pause.
Yeah, salute to Brother Coke in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Perm fresh. And so is the contribution. Salute to our Brother Coke Sharpton, ladies and gentlemen. let me go to my sister Sean real quick. Sis, any last words from you, sis? I know you. I know you're gonna be flying them things. You know, you almost took my head off when we was filming. Brother.
No. My last words, to be honest, to the room is, brother, we all got to go back to the drawing board. That's why I was like adamant. We got to talk to Lone Wolf. We got to rethink from what I've been in these white supremacist spaces. You see me. I'm listening to what they're saying and what they're planning to do. And I'm looking at geopolitics, and I'm looking at how's my people ready. I know we definitely ready on 2A, but that's why I'm saying we ready on ground fare. But I'm telling you, we dealing with a bunch of punks. They bitches, they cowards. They don't want to come to you man to man. They don't want to come to you hand to hand. They don't want to come to you foot to foot. So the next step, I see what they doing is that airfare. We got ground fare and we got airfare. So we got to step up our airfare game, and we don't really need to be discussing it publicly. But I see that it is it's a necessary thing to do. We need to do that, and that's all I need to say. And we need to expand our thoughts, and we need to also, what they demonstrated to us. They sent us the message where they can do, I don't know what kind of name to call this, AI fair, where they can blow up our phones. They can use the algorithms. They can just say, oh, anybody that's download this app, we're going to blow this shit up. Just like they did in Lebanon. And they killed 3,000 people, injured 400 or 500, killed. I mean, it's just that simple. AI is just that manipulable. They can manipulate that just like they do an algorithm. If they want to to put it down to try to get the Negro. All they have to do is find out who are our favorite people, who are our favorite apps. What if they put some code and some software in? Anybody download or anybody hit that YouTube channel, separate from everybody. You got a billion YouTube channels out here, but anybody hit that YouTube channel, if they want to fuck us up, the fucking phone is gonna blow up in my face. So we got work to do. So the work is we got to get our airfare on, which is we got to get our private drones on top of our 2A. And I think Lone Wolf said, hey, it may be lethal, not legal. So we might have to do that. And then we need to get our minds together. And what I want to do is get these young, black, brilliant minds. And I'm going to put it in my community, get an anti-explosive a magnet or something that we can snap that shit on our phone so our shit don't blow up like they blew the motherfuckers up in Lebanon. So we'll put a little magnet or something, I don't know, give us an alert that, oh damn, this shit is hot, don't fucking open it up, some kind of warning. Because I'm telling you, if they did that to them people, don't think they can't do it to us. And I definitely and fundamentally in my spirit, once they get finished with them people is going down. Babylon is falling, the truth is coming out, and then they're going to come to us next, Chef. And that's just what I feel. And I love y'all, and I land.
Alrighty, sis. Listen, I respect that. Also, what's in your avatar? What you got? Some pickle? What's that? Pickle zucchini? What's that?
Yeah, that's pickles. It's cucumbers. Okay, a pickle is a cucumber first. And I got them. I got that from my cousin's farm, and I put them up in. I just took a picture of them because they were just so beautiful. I love pickles, so I took some cucumbers and made some pickles. So that's what I did.
That's good. That's good. Looking good. Yeah. Brother. Yeah, I digress. Brother Negro, sir. Well, let them know what's coming down the pipeline, what's shaking, man. What you got coming through, man.
I got good news that filed that federal paperwork on the school. You know, they out here trying to shortchange the Negro on the grades. The black tax. So I gotta hit them strike back. The empire got to strike back. So. So I'll keep y'all posted. I'll keep y'all posted about the paperwork. It's already filed it in, and man, it's the paperwork is crazy. Other than that, school's going by just fine. Outside that, they still can't stop me from my GPA and everything else. But we ain't gonna let them slide on just anything talking about black people and black men. You can't let that go down. So I'm cleaning up the mess before I get out of that school. Taking down that mural. They got a General Lee mural up at University of New Haven at the Henry Lee Institute. If you don't believe me, you can go there and check it out yourself. I've already voiced my concern and my complaint, and my goal is to get it removed before I graduate. When I cross the stage, I want to see that thing go down. That's just what I've been kind of focusing on when I had some spare time. So I'll keep you guys posted on that.
Salute to the Negro checking in, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go to the Beta Base app real quick. Let me go to my brother Beta Base in the building. Brother Beta, are you in the building, sir? Let them know how to get a hold of you, what you got coming down the pipeline, sir.
Absolutely. We endeavor to get into the Apple App Store in the next week. More coming on that. And Sister Star dropped everything she's connecting all the dots for you. So do not discount in the least what she has said. I'm a security professional myself. I know what's possible. Yeah. What did I call you? I'm sorry.
You called me Star, but I am a star.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm sorry, Sister. I'm sorry. I did have Sister Star in my head as well. But yes, Sister Sean. Yes, she has connected all the dots for you. As a security professional myself, I know that the dots that she's connecting are possible. They're possible now, and it doesn't take a brain surgeon to do what she is suggesting. Right. So we need to be paying attention, and we need to be doing whatever is necessary to secure ourselves and our home. Yeah, you got to, all of you all of you here, you got to fuck with the base app so that we can get socially organized, so we can start doing business with each other as black owned businesses, so we can boycott, right? Keep our money away from the companies that harm us, right? So we can find out what public policy is being passed in your area, right? And then coming up is going to be who you can vote on and should vote, or vote for and should vote for. So that's coming as well. Stay with us. Keep looking at us, grfba.org. And you can, if you care to donate, and only if you can, right? On Vader Base, bass spelled like the instrument.
That's a fact. Salute to our brother Vader in the building, ladies and gentlemen. The creator, Black American Service Supply, the Vader Base app, ladies and gentlemen. Salute to our brother. Let me go to my brother Q. Brother Q from Let's Talk Too, man. Let him know what's happening with shit.
Real short and sweet.
Yeah.
Your birthright, your right as a Black American, is to protect that Constitution by enemy, foreign and domestic.
Facts.
That's how you, talk that shit.
And dropping bars.
Q for Let's Talk. I gotta shoot a gun on that. All right. Salute to brother Q. Listen, brother Juan J. Johnson, LWF. Let me know how to hold you with your last words, sir.
You can go to lwftraining.com or just see me on all your necks. I will repeat what Brother Q said, that we have a responsibility as citizens, the militia, to defend this country, defend ourselves against foreign and domestic enemies. Okay? You don't have to be a police officer or in the military to defend yourself from foreigners and domestic enemies. I need y'all to be serious about becoming responsible gun owners and gun users like never before. I also want you to be conscious and cognitive and aware of your surroundings. You do not want to be a soft target right now because, again, from my perspective, there's an army, brigade of people in this country that are waiting for specific instructions to strike specific targets. And you don't want to be a soft target, meaning this. I need you to be aware of these stadiums, okay? These malls, these theaters, anywhere where a lot of people or they're gathered, you want to stay away from that. You may have to give your season tickets up for a minute.
Oh, don't say that to niggas.
That's a soft target with maximum casualties. See, we're in this bubble. We talk about who's came into this country, but we still celebrating.
Hold on, brother Juan. You telling folks to forfeit the Mary J. Blige, the Janet Jackson tickets?
No, I'm telling them to forfeit their Lakers, their favorite football team, their favorite basketball team, their favorite baseball team, their favorite show at the theaters. You do not want to be where a lot of people are because that's a soft target. It's just that serious, family. You ain't got to worry about me being around a whole lot of people one time. Because I've already seen that there's an army that came to the borders. These are men waiting for instructions to strike.
Yep, they're ready to strike. I don't mean to punch in, but that's the same thing, Lone Wolf. I tell it to the people, tell it to you other things here in DC. Don't be down the monument, the African American Museum, none of the museums, because they are going for these politicians. These politicians have been out there poking the bear, and they're going to strike back. And they're going to strike back main targets like Manhattan, same thing, Washington, D.C., monuments, that's soft targets. There's millions of people coming there. You're right, Lone.
So that is my advice. That is my plea to those who are listening to this program, that you be very mindful where you go. You do not want to be a soft target. If they are willing to take out their president, then who are you? You're just a pawn. You're just a pawn. And you will be, or you are, collateral damage. They always ask the question, how many can we lose? How many can we destroy to get what we want? Who's disposable? And that's you. And that's I. And I land my plane with that.
Man, listen, ladies and gentlemen. God damn it. Brother Juan J. Johnson just told a bunch of Negroes that you can't have no fun.
You can have fun in the privacy of your own home.
Shout out to my nigga Star. Where's Star? Hold on. Go. Where my sister Star? I need. Hold on.
Put that post up there. Put that post up there.
Y'all in here telling folks to forfeit tickets. Ain't no Janet Jackson. She gonna be in Las Vegas. You telling niggas they can't go out Casper sliding, watermelon eating in public. You know, you telling niggas they can't go jazz in the parking right now. You telling niggas they can't go to the motherfucking wine spot. Look, Sister Star, I know. Sister Star, I know niggas done fainted.
And you definitely ain't doing no encore. Oh no.
Niggas done had a heart attack, man. You done got a couple carcasses just talking that way tonight. Talking like that. Niggas said, told niggas they can't go. They can't go to the motherfucking slip and slide club no more. Ain't no Elks lounging. No Elks lounging, no VFWing. You telling niggas can't go to the bar real quick.
What about slipping into the billiards hall or on the low creek? We ain't none of that.
Billiard with the pool.
Oh, come on, man.
You can't do that.
How I'm gonna play my numbers? Where I'm gonna play my numbers at?
I'm just saying, these folks out here, if we get school shooters,
oh shit,
who are shooting for soft targets, maximum casualties, again, you take a risk every time you go out to the theater. You take a risk every time you go out to
Sister, my poor brother, why I can't stand you, Sister Star.
I told you gonna cut. You get brother Juan giving out $150s on that pool hall, man.
HFC, they're about tired of brother Juan tonight.
You talking all that fly shit? Niggas can't tailgate or nothing. You out your damn mind. Super Bowl is around the corner. You telling niggas they can't go to.
You can tailgate at your own demise. Just look here. Look, we grown folks here. You can do whatever the hell you want to do, but you do it at your own demise. Don't be surprised. I think about Batman Dark Knight, and what's my man who destroyed that football field?
Bean.
Was it Bane?
Yeah, Bane.
Oh my God. I love Bane, the character.
Yeah, Bane.
Oh, ruthless. We
The
got some
one
Banes
man to
out
break
here, man.
Batman's back.
Right.
Yeah, we got some Banes out here. Okay.
You think darkness is your ally? You really adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it.
Oh shit!
Hey
Yo,
Darkness is your enemy.
You telling niggas they can't
I
have
was
no
born in it.
no Puerto Rican parade, no parades, no pep rallies.
Give it back to you.
This shit is
Watch
out of
this. Homeland Security has already said they've already came across a couple of RPGs, right? Those same weapons they use over there in Lebanon and the Middle East to fire Israel. Those grenade launchers. They found 4. They only found 4. What about the other 100?
Brother Juan, you hold on, man. You messing up, man. Niggas don't want no serious conversations, bro.
Good.
What you talking about here? Niggas need to know that they can go out, right? Listen, it's Halloween, right? They can listen. Halloween, right? The kids got to go. They got to go trick or treating. You gonna take trick or treating away from the kids?
You do what you want at your own demise. Trick or treat. Look here, watch this. I'm just trying to keep you alive. I'm doing what your pastors, what your motivational speakers,
come on,
what your community activists won't tell you. I'm trying to tell you what Peter said on the day of Pentecost. Save yourself from this backwards generation. Save yourself, family. You got to be selfish. I'm only telling you what I do. You're not going to see me in no stadium. You're not. No. You're not going to see me in no theater. That's a soft target. No. No museums. No monument. No, you're not, because I know that's a soft target with maximum casualties, because you ain't expecting people to leave bombs to blow your ass up. I'll be home using my Uber. Uber Eats. Have my stuff delivered to me.
Listen,
hey, Juan ain't budging off that square, man.
No, listen, salute to the brother Juan. I mean, listen, this is what we are. Survive or celebrate, Negroes.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Keep on having. Okay. Yeah, brother Q.
Hey, brother Chef. It reminds me of that whole Greek mythology. It reminds me of that whole Greek mythology where it was a tribe that kept celebrating even when they lost, which ended up in the demise of the whole entire nation. See, this is the kind of the fuckery that I kind of observe when they want to just keep celebrating, hitting the gong, and they ain't done. We ain't done nothing that was worthy of celebrating.
Yeah.
So that's what's heartbreaking.
You know what, man? Y'all gonna make me pull this shit back up one more time. I mean,
that's why I say you got to step over these carcasses, man. I wasn't lying when I said that. I was 10 toes down, 100% accurate. There's some carcasses that we're going to have to step over. Family, friends, associates, employees.
Yeah, but you
work with.
Listen, I just want to be the voice of reason here. You can't listen. You can't take the amenities away from Negroes. It's more important to get this kind of thing popping. You can't listen. It's important to get it popping like this, man. You telling them they can't do this no more? You going too far, Wolf.
They can do it at their own demise.
You see, I pressed that play button right after you said that, right? Because that's what niggas is gonna
Yo,
go.
Chef, it remind me of that Boondocks, that R. Kelly tape. Just shut up and turn back on the music. Yes.
Niggas is gonna go right. Yeah, listen. If you go that way, you're gonna die. Oh, really? Hey!
Now don't forget, we got to go to the CVS before they close at 9 p.m. to get that Epsom salt.
Yeah, because them knees, nigga. This is listen.
But
y'all
see,
heard.
But I think, watch this. I think again.
Yeah.
See, Frederick Douglass said it so excellent when he said, "These celebrations and holidays, they quench the insurrection spirit. We don't know how to fight because we're always celebrating. Always celebrating. I mean, you don't have time to fight because you're always in celebration mode. America know what they're doing when they always having some type of celebration day, celebrate this, celebrate hot dog day, nurse day, ice cream day. You know, it's always some type of celebration because it quenches the insurrection mode, man.
Right.
We don't know how to fight because we always, you deserve an encore. And I love that song. That was a classic back in my day.
Classic.
Yeah. I mean, I love that song, man. I'm about to get up and start dancing right now because it's a classic. But it's at home. I'll play it when we get off the air. I'm gonna play it in its totality when we get off the air. Because I want to hear from the beginning to the end. But I share with the family because I want the family to know that we're in some very dangerous times. It's not that we need to be fearful, but we need to redeem the time and understand what's going on. White folks want to fight white folks. White folks are trying to take out their own ex-president. Think about that.
They willing to get the hoes up out of here. Yep. Willing to get the But hold on. Why? Listen, you all of this shit.
You talking percolator?
I keep telling you about all this shit you're talking about right here now. You can't put this before. Black America needs this. Look. This is what we need. You gotta survive. How dare you take away my joy? You take away my joy. No. You are taking away my joy. Brother,
well, you can do it in your own home and do it on FaceTime, but don't go out in public doing that.
Okay. That's his joy. Remember,
we dance
joy campaign.
You know, we dances, man. I mean, but again, we look here where everybody else is getting resources. We dancing and singing. We should overcome someday.
Listen, DJ, it's 10 p.m. I got 3 solid minutes on this on my good knee. I need to hear that. I need to hear that percolator.
I got to hear it. Do you have it? Do you have it ready to go, DJ? DJ, do you have it ready to go? Because I can't hear nothing else about it. DJ, you know, this is my song. Do you got my song ready to go? Huh?
I'm just trying to extend your life by telling you, you know what? Stay out in these stadiums. Stay out from these crowds, these malls. Stay away from these conventions. Because, again, you are a soft target with maximum fatalities. That's all I'm saying. You can go where you want because you're grown. But again, I'm just trying to let you know that you go at your own demise.
Well, listen, we gonna actually end the program now with that shit, man. I just wanted to make sure that everybody, we know, maybe 10% of the people who listen to us actually gonna take this and do something with it. Maybe 15. The rest is gonna be percolating and I know you're gonna be doing that, unfortunately, we niggas like us have the unfortunate nature to a degree of giving a shit. So yeah, I mean, at least we know we did our part. We've overdone our part.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we can go to the grave knowing that we tried. Goddamn, we tried. Shit. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everybody for joining us here today. Remember, First Amendment and Second Amendment is your way of saying no. No point intended. Right? To this diabolical system that deems it necessary to control you. But you got to know systems take time to develop. And they always start somewhere. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, in a system of white degeneracy, you stand for nothing. You fall faint. My name is Chef C, and I'm out. Salute to everybody.